Bear with me, I'm sorry. Hey everybody, welcome back to Immaculate for the Alien RPG. This is session 4, and we're going to see how well our PCs make it through and survive. In the meantime, if you like these, please like, subscribe, turn on your
You're muted,
notifications for
Marty.
more, and we will see you soon. All my content is on my website in
Marty,
the
can you
comments
hear me?
below. Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry,
Okay.
I was doing a quick intro because for some reason when I record an intro later, it sound is effed up. Um, so fortunately, it's only been a week since we played, so everything's still pretty fresh in my mind. You guys, Jake and Johnny went out to meet the former marshal. Didn't seem to get very far with him, except the general feeling that he's not telling you everything. Candace, Justin, and the ME went and found the church and got everybody there, did some investigating, found a mural, found some old blood. Didn't find a whole lot beyond that, but you interviewed a couple people nearby that you kind of got the idea of, or you got a sense of uh, a Wayland Yutani, or not necessarily a Wayland Yutani tractor, but you've seen Wayland Yutani tractors come up before. But the old church up on the hill, lights there on occasion, vehicle lights maybe, that type of thing. So you decided to set up some surveillance for that. Um, where we left off, I believe, yes, the Emmy is in. Melissa is back in her office running tests on the blood you guys found at the church. Um, Jake had just used his talent trying to look into any sort of cult activity or something along those lines and got a message from, as he put it, his deep throat. Um, his deep throat in Colonial Admin that colony manager Kurtz has is aware of it and has known about it for some time. So Jake came back to the marshal's office, shared that information with everybody, and that's kind of where I think we left off. It's in the late afternoon on Friday. You guys have been at it now for about 9 hours, give or take. Today. So I mean, it's still daylight. The way this planet works, because the day-night cycle is 3 shifts instead of 4 like it is on Earth. There's still some daylight left, but you're coming up to the end of daytime. Of course, what's funny about that is that it's going to be night. Meanwhile, it's only been like 10, 12 hours since you guys slept, so I wouldn't know that you're necessarily tired per se, but you probably have a couple hours of daylight left. Now, when we had left off, I believe, well, I don't believe, I know, Justin, you had said to Johnny that you wanted a car loaded up, kind of a quick response car. Let's just so we have a little bit of a handle, what exactly did you want loaded up in that car equipment-wise?
Sorry. Well, mostly, our long rifles and body armor, and I don't know. I guess whatever sundries. I'm not sure what's available at the station, but we may be making a lot of arrests, so we're going to need zip cuffs and what else? I don't know.
Yeah.
What else Johnny thinks we need?
So, in terms of things like zip ties or cuffs or that type of thing, I would say that obviously you guys have no shortage of those. You probably buy the Costco-sized pallet of those things, right? But in terms of weaponry, you do and that type of thing. Obviously, you do have weapons lockers. You guys have access to pretty much standard weaponry from the standpoint of service pistols, revolvers, which are obviously a little harder hitting but not quite as easy to use. And then in terms of rifles, you do have a pretty colony standard rifle, which is a longer range weapon that does 2 damage, and then of course you've got the ever useful shotguns, right, which are much more useful at point blank range. And then as far as body armor is concerned, you do have a supply of riot vests, which provide 4 armor. So those are the types of weapons you have available, and of course you've got an amount of ammunition to go with all those. So just kind of depends on what you think would be most useful, what you want to load up.
I think some of everything. I mean, a couple long rifles, couple shotguns. There's 5 of us if Melissa responds.
Take all the armor we can get.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That will be fine. Just so I have an idea in my head. All right. So Melissa, she's still over in the ME's office. She's working on the blood. She's going to be there for a couple hours yet. What's the plan, guys?
I think we're sort of on a wait-and-see stance, maybe. But
are we still on the end of the day? Did we do a rest yet, or?
You're not quite there yet. You're getting towards the end of daylight. You probably have about 2 hours of daylight left, but you're not really in the position of needing a rest yet because the game's rules require 1 shift of rest per 4 shifts, and you guys kind of ran for you probably ran for 2 shifts. Took a rest because it was an obvious stopping point, and now here you are. You're just another shift and a half in since your last rest, so you're really not really in that need yet.
Okay. I know for me, I guess I'm back at my apartment. I believe that was the.
You had biked back over to the marshal's office and let everybody know that.
Right.
Yeah, your source said Kurtz was involved or knew about it.
Okay, right. Okay. So I mean, I'm deferring to the marshals for the next step after the information.
Well, it's a very important piece of information that we got. I'm not sure what we should do with it right just yet. We need some evidence if we're going to go after Kurtz.
And just a little bit of background for Kurtz, because this is just general information that you would all know. Certainly even Avram and Candace, I mean, coming to a new colony, you guys probably would have looked up some key dossiers, right? So Kurtz is he's a Weyland-Yutani employee. He's been a Weyland-Yutani employee his whole life. He's probably in his mid-50s at this point. He's been on 289 for about 20 years. Okay, so he came in probably into LV 289 probably halfway through the last marshal's tenure, and about a year maybe 2 after he arrived is when Charles Marlowe, the dead medical examiner, the guy who died a few weeks back, that's when he actually came to the colony as well. So that's about the limit you know about him. You're sure by the time he came here, LV 289 was already in its decline. So you can draw from that whatever conclusions you know.
All right, anybody have anything that they want to do? Because if not, maybe we just take a rest.
And probably rest, load up the car, just do whatever kind of prep stuff we can do, because it seems like we're waiting on results from surveillance.
Okay. All right. So we'll flash forward a couple hours, and you know what? I never made her roll. Give me 1 second. My apologies. Where is it? There it is. Submit. Really? All right, I'm going to do something that you're not supposed to do. I'm going to have an NPC push a roll. She's technically a PC, just the player's not here. Our medical examiner. Okay, that's much better. I never made her medical aid roll on the blood test she was doing, so I do it and she fails. I'm like, are you kidding me? All right. So flash forwarding a couple hours, Melissa Johnson pops in, and she's coming with results from the blood. She found the DNA of 3 different people. There's definitely DNA from 3 different people there. She took the liberty of running it through the ME/Marshall network, and determined that 2 of the 3 people are reported as missing. Okay, the third person is reported as dead due to an animal attack about a year ago.
Wow, and that's a sample from the church, right?
Correct.
Okay. The old blood.
Correct.
So is this information that we're getting as we kind of reconvene around the Marshall station?
Yeah. This is probably at this point after you've loaded up the car. By the time you finish that is when she shows up with this information.
Okay, when we're assuming that we're kind of all congregating back together now.
Yeah, I would assume as much.
All right, so if that's true, then that suggests that, what was his name? Wilson? Yeah.
Yep, Daggett.
Marshall Daggett was probably using the animal attacks just to explain anything he couldn't come up with. Missing people, who knows what else. I mean, we're talking about somebody who went missing, reported as an animal attack, and he's just saying they were unexplained deaths. Clearly, that's not true.
I wonder if the location of death in his reports matches the blood samples. Because if they're on the other side of the colony, the deaths as they are reported, and the blood stains are in the church, then we know for sure that he's falsified stuff.
We should take a look at that.
That is a valid question, and yeah, Melissa, she had already run all that information, so she just punches it up on one of the Marshall's terminals, and she shows that that 2 of the people were missing. The third one was reported dead from animal attack. The person who was reported dead from animal attack came from that same side of the colony where the church was on. The body was found about 15 miles, based on your information, about 15 miles from the church you found. The 2 people that were reported missing, whose blood matches the from the church, one of them was actually a city resident, like in inner part of the colony, and then the third one came from into the suburbs to the west, just outside the city. So they're from 3 different places. Only one of them close to the actual place where you found the blood. And the 2 missing people also, in addition to being reported missing, one of them actually has a note that the person's expected to have left the colony.
That's interesting. I wonder if there's any way to to try to see if there's a relation among the people who disappeared and the one that died. I'm not sure how to check that on the colony. I don't know if there would be if there's. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
I would think that at that point you're basically doing a kind of a colony cross-reference record check, just based on what information is known, which would require a ComTech roll.
Can we help him with that?
Yeah, he can get a die of help from somebody.
All right, excellent. Let me see here. I got to get to. I'm using a laptop, so I've got a crammed little, 11-inch screen, so I got to juggle the screens here. Okay, so when somebody helps me with it, do I just add 1 to the modifier?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, so I'm just having 1 help, or is there more?
I will.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So yeah, you can get two. In
Sure.
most tasks, up to two people can help.
Excellent. Okay, so there we go. I'm not sure what I rolled. I gotta go look.
Jake Showalter has two successes.
Oh, excellent. There we go.
So you have that gives you a stunt, which Comtech stunts are half the time, cover your tracks, +1 to a later Comtech roll, or an automatic success on a similar Comtech roll in the future.
I'll take I'll take the +1, please.
Okay, very good. So cross-referencing through various things, obviously, colony records, basic admin records that are public knowledge, as well as using the ME and the Marshall systems versus even just general colony news. There's nothing to indicate that these three individuals knew each other. Like there's just nothing that has two of the three names in one place at the same time, if that makes sense.
Okay. Wow. That's interesting. To me, that says that they may be likely just victims rather than cult members, if it's a cult. Because I would think that out of the three, chances of three people being in the same religious affiliation without any other kind of relationship outside of that just seems strange on a colony this small. But
I don't know about that. I think we have reason to believe otherwise. When we talked about the girl who disappeared, when we talked to her friend, she said that when she was invited to the church meeting, they went out to get picked up, and when the car showed up, the driver got mad and left them there. It's possible that the people who are members of the cult aren't allowed to communicate with each other outside of it. That may be consistent with what we've seen thus far too. And
you're right. Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder how you get recruited for the cult if you don't have any obvious outside relations. That was my only thinking.
Maybe they start as victims and then get coerced somehow. I don't know about that, but I think it's possible that they're not allowed to have direct connections with anybody in their personal life outside of the church.
Makes sense. Would make sense. Okay. Oh, now so we did the cross reference for the three bloodstains. Is the girl that was crucified? That's not part of the three bloodstains, so
no.
That's separate. I wonder if I should have included her into the four that we checked with.
I'll let you handle that. That's that's a pretty easy thing. So that's not a problem. But to answer that, there's no it doesn't seem to be any connection to her either.
Okay, so at least it's consistent. Yeah. While the sheriffs are doing whatever they're doing right now, or the marshals doing whatever they're going to be doing, I need to start recording this stuff, and I don't know if I have an account or a person or something where I can transmit this information off world in case something happens, but I'd like to start maybe preparing that. Okay.
All right. That's really interesting. That's an idea I hadn't thought up. Based on who you are and what you do, I would think that it's safe to assume that you probably have something off-site. Certainly there's a cloud or a drive somewhere that you could do that with. Doesn't seem to be too far-fetched considering our state of technology, right? And speaking of the marshals, Deputy Hetfield kind of pops over to you, Justin, and says, Marshal, the guys have been on pretty high alert since yesterday, since the car blew up. Do you have a problem with me sending some of them home to get some sleep?
Well, it depends how many people you're talking about.
He said, "Well, me and Jim were talking about it. We can stick around and keep an eye on things and let them go get some shut eye for 6 hours or so. Have them back tomorrow."
I think we're going to have to make that a rotation because we're going to need some hands on deck. We could literally have a major call at any second, so we have to maintain readiness. I would say, if there's anybody that's take the guys that have been on the longest, the 2 guys that we called in first, send them home, but keep the rest on.
All right. He says, "All right." So he looks at let's see, that would be George Trujillo and Kirk McCartney. So he looks at Trujillo and McCartney and kind of gives them the nod off, and they start to head out. They do look a bit ragged out. So that Hammett and Harrison kind of look at you and say, "Well, do you have a problem if we catch a couple winks in the bunk room?"
Oh, that's fine.
So the 4 of them all kind of do their thing. The Hammett and Harrison head off to the bunk room, leaving Hetfield and Lennon in the marshal's office. Hetfield's hanging out at the colony monitoring station where he usually is.
Can I go back over something real quick? Hang on a second. Just continue. I need to think about my question a second.
Oh, well, no, that's about it. That's all I had for that.
I'm not quite sure what I'm asking. It's all right.
Okay.
You said the person who was reported as an animal attack was about a year ago?
Yeah.
And what about the missing people?
The one has been missing for 6 months, and the other was reported missing 2 years ago. The one reported missing 2 years ago is the one that has the note believed to have left off colony.
From 2 years ago?
Correct.
All right. It is Friday night, correct?
Yeah, Friday late afternoon,
Late afternoon?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, actually, at this point, yeah, the sun has gone down, so yeah, it's give or take, in terms of Earth Standard Time, 7 p.m. or so, and the sun has gone down.
Seeing as that we're kind of waiting for something to... I'm sorry about my dog. Shut
All right.
up. Oh, I don't pay attention to her. She gets so crabby. So I spoiled her. So what I'm gonna do is, if I have a way to communicate with the marshals, I'd like to go to the bar and just start passively canvassing anything at what is it, Jose's Hole?
Jose's Hole?
Yeah. And if I see anybody there that might be somebody I'm familiar with, I might engage with them. But it might be a good time to do that since it's a Friday night.
Okay. Yeah, and as a side note, because of the way the day-night cycle works on this planet, it's Friday night at 7 p.m. The sun will be back up at midnight. So that'll mess up your circadian rhythms. But yeah, that's fine.
And by way to communicate, you mean you're taking a radio? So
I'm assuming there's some kind of cell phone or communication system on planet. I don't know.
I would say that the marshal's office can provide you a hand radio, to help keep you in communication.
So, Marshal Raverom, can I borrow one of those so I can let you guys know if I find out anything?
Why, of course.
All right, great. So I will then get my big Pee Wee Herman bicycle and go to the bar on it.
Oh wow, Pee Wee's Big Adventure.
And last time we had set up cameras around the abandoned church, right?
Correct. So yeah, you're set up with that going on. I imagine that's probably what Hetfield is doing because he's hanging out at the colony monitoring station. So I imagine that's what he's got his eyes on. He's probably watching that. because most of the cameras and sensors and such around the colony are defunct anyway. They've all gone bad, and they've never made the point of replacing them. But being that you guys specifically set that up, I imagine that's what he's got his eyes on most likely.
Okay.
I'm guessing. Go ahead and put a hand radio in your inventory, Jake. I've been trying to look it up in the book, but I think it's a 0 weight item. I think it's considered a tiny item.
Let's see. I have a maintenance jack, an M4A3 pistol with 2 reloads, and a hand radio, and my encumbrance is 3. I don't know if that helps you, but I'm not sure.
Oh, it does help, because that means a hand radio is a 1 weight item.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. I added the hand radio, and encumbrance is trying to look on the sheet. Where did you see encumbrance?
It's right beside armor, manipulation, down below empathy.
Got it. Yes, I'll put it up to 4. I was at a 3. 4 is, I'm not sure what that.
What's your strength?
I'm Pee Wee Herman, so 2.
2. So you're at maximum encumbrance.
Okay.
Your encumbrance, your max encumbrance is double your strength.
Okay, so there's no penalty yet?
No.
Okay, great. Beautiful. So I can keep all my stuff. Yep, I'll just head out to the bar then.
All right, that's fine. Okay, I've got Pee Wee's bike stuck in my head now. Just,
Sorry, it's a real one for you, huh?
I know you are, but what am I? Infinity. Okay. All right. So while he's riding off into the night, what's everybody else up to?
I don't know. It kind of feels like we're stuck waiting on surveillance that may be a few days or some other kind of information. So, I mean, on Johnny's part, I would feel like he's pretty much done what he can do to prep. Maybe keep an eye on go back and forth between the Marshall station and helping Hatfield keep an eye on the monitors. It's not too far apart.
Yeah, I think Justin will try to catnap a little bit at the station.
All right. And Candace, what are you up to?
Sounds about right. Maybe just read up a bit on Kurtz. But I guess not much we can do in this, day-night cycle other than that.
Did you, when you say read up on Kurtz, did you, are you looking at just basic colony records, or are you looking to see, are you trying to, see what else you can find out about the guy, or?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're going to hop on, because obviously there's certain information that's just obvious, or available immediately to everybody. In terms of if you're looking for other information, I'll let you make a ComTech roll using the network to see what you can scope out. Well, 2 successes. So I don't know that half the time is necessarily a stunt that makes sense here, but you could take a +1 to a later ComTech roll, free success on a similar ComTech roll later, or cover your tracks.
Isn't there a new or unexpected information as well?
There is new and unexpected information. You're absolutely correct.
Right, give me that one.
All right, I'll give you that one. Let me, I need to make one roll on the side here if I can. As optimized as this is for the character sheets, the first time I go to use one, I always seem to have a hard time finding what I need. Okay, so you start to dig through on this guy, and looking at the history, it looks like he had a bright and promising career with Weyland-Yutani. He joined the company right out of school, MBA, Harvard type thing, and he was skyrocketing through the ranks of middle management pretty quickly, and somewhere about 8 years into his employment, it seemed like he just was no longer the important rising star that everyone thought he was. And then out of the blue, about 12 years later, so 20 years ago, he gets promoted from a middle management position to a colony management position of LV-289. The thought process LV-289 was already in decline, so either they were sending him to turn it around, or maybe they're just sending him to get him out of the way. You don't know, obviously. You don't have any information on that. But as far as new and unexpected information, you manage to, as you're moving through and seeing what you can find, you somehow manage to, probably through the dark network, I guess, the seedy underbelly of the network. The man has a lot of communications with Weyland-Yutani corporate, and that in and of itself probably isn't surprising. But you manage to make your way into his email server, and you can't seem to get into any of this. It's encrypted, but there are a series of communications between him and somebody up the ladder somewhere in Weyland-Yutani. That the only reason it seems suspicious to you is because it seems to be an unknown address, and the messages going both ways are encrypted.
Okay. I will relay that to the rest, and then just see if I can keep on digging and cracking at that.
Okay, and let me also be clear about one thing. There are, of course, messages going back and forth between him and people in Weyland-Yutani upper management that are encrypted, but they at least are obvious destinations. They've got names, they've got that type of thing attached to them. Whereas this one just seems to be going to some sort of root address that doesn't seem to lead to anybody, from what you can tell.
Right. Yep.
Okay.
You said you're going to radio that back to us?
Yes.
Well, she's right there with you guys. She's at the station.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, are you able to see when these transmissions happened?
Yeah, absolutely, Candace. They are, they've been spanning about, the oldest one goes back almost 10 years. And the most recent one was this morning, around 9 or 10 a.m.
That's very interesting.
And
Don't know
they're
what to do about it since they're encrypted, but I'm sure there's Pater under all that protection.
and they are sent at all times of the day, or is it like every morning 9 o'clock?
Oh no, it's very sporadic. It is very, very sporadic. It seemed like there were, like I said, close to 10 years ago, not quite 10 years ago, it seemed like there were quite a few over a space of a couple months. And then they really just started to drop off. And in fact, in the last year, there have been very few. So that makes the one that went out this morning a little more interesting from the standpoint that the density of messages decreased very quickly after the first 6 months. So over the last 9 years or so, it's been continuously decreasing, and there hadn't been one sent at all prior to this morning for 4 weeks. Okay, and then prior to that, almost a year.
Does Candace have any hope of cracking the encryption?
She can make a Comtech roll if she likes.
Can we assist?
She can get assistance, absolutely.
How many people are assisting?
Up to 2 tops. So go ahead and give yourself 2.
I'll help if I can.
Yep. Go ahead. No. No,
Push it.
they are. You may push the roll, absolutely.
Give myself 1 stress.
Yep, and put a -2 mod on your roll to account for the 2 dice that are already successes. Oh.
Whoa.
No. The dice just don't want to let you this time. Yeah,
See,
you're unable to break it. It is definitely encrypted with top-notch Wayland Yutani 64-bit encryption.
Yep. See, Marshall, if you sent me on this extra, security courses, I might have gotten this, but nah, not at this time.
Yeah, it's too bad, huh? What we can do about that?
Yeah. Did Jake? I forget. Did Jake relate to me while we were coming back from Daggett's place that he didn't think Daggett was being fully forthcoming?
He did.
And I remember Johnny didn't necessarily think one way or the other as he was leaving.
Correct.
Okay, so at some point I would probably take Justin aside and just say, hey, listen, with the amount of facts and details that we're not seeing come up around these missing bodies, these missing people and animal attacks, I think we might need to be ready to put some more pressure on Marshall Daggett. I don't know if it's going to come to that, but at some point I think we might have to have a conversation with him that tries to crack through some stuff he wouldn't tell to a newsman.
Maybe we should surveil him too.
Maybe. He saw us coming from a while away. He lives out in the middle of nowhere by himself. But we can find a way to keep an eye on him. It might be a good idea.
Well, for now, I think we need to assume all these people are in on it. And if it's only the 4 of us in this little room, I would say I'm not even so sure about some of these deputies. Sorry, Johnny, not, present company excluded.
No, that's fair.
Sure
That's fair. The more we find out, the less we know. I agree with you.
There's been some suspicious oversights on behalf of some of the others that make me very reticent to trust.
Yeah, and I know it's possible. I hate to cast suspicion on him if he got attacked, but if we're dealing with somebody who's irrational, who's part of a church, I'm worried about Lennon and the car explosion. That was just a little too close to home and a little too perfect. But of course, I don't want to cast suspicion on somebody who may have been.
No, I think it's better to operate under the assumption that we might be. What's the word I'm looking for?
We could have a mole or any number of other compromises.
Compromise, yeah, exactly. It's better to not put ourselves in a overreach situation where we're trusting these guys to come through for us, because they might not.
Yeah, should probably hold off on surveilling Daggett for a little bit. I just wanted to kind of put it on your radar. Jake doesn't trust him. I'm not sure whether he was just doing a shoddy job the last 5 years of his tenure, or if who knows what.
Well, at the minimum, he's guilty of very serious negligence.
Yeah, and I more and more I look at it, it seems unlikely that he didn't falsify some of these reports, even if it was just out of laziness.
Right.
I don't know.
I'm sort of hoping that if we can bag some suspects in the act, or if we can, even just identify who these cult-goers are, that we can shake the tree a little bit and see if we can't get some leads to, that would lead us to Daggett or Kurtz or whatever the higher ups are behind all this. But I think first we have to start with, identifying these people. We don't even know.
Yeah, we don't have a who. We don't even really have a what.
Exactly.
I have an out of character question.
Please.
Do we know Kurtz's status? Where is he? What's he doing? What's his day to day like?
Yeah, that he has a small he hangs out mostly in Colonial Admin. He has an office there. He spends a solid 12 to 14 hours a day there, only going back to an apartment to catch a little bit of sleep, which the apartment's only like 2 blocks away. And Colonial Admin itself is only, on foot is only 5 to 10 minutes away from the marshal's office. It's practically right around the corner down the street. Why
does he have an office there again, Marty?
At Colonial Admin? Because he's the colony manager.
Oh, Kurtz. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought he said Daggett.
Oh, no, Kurtz. I'm sorry, you did say Kurtz, right? I
yeah,
didn't make that up.
I
Okay.
asked about Kurtz. If we might know where he is, what he gets up to on the daily. Has anybody seen him, and what does he do, basically?
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, he obviously you in your position would have very little direct contact with the guy, but he has a PDT chip that like for instance, if you pull him up right now, he's actually in his office over at Colonial Admin.
Okay.
So yeah, it's he's known to be a workaholic, and he spends most of his time at Colonial Admin, which kind of begs the question, even though 25,000 people is certainly a larger colony than many of the other colonies that are out there, how much does he really have to do? The colony's just kind of on a declining autopilot at this point.
Can we tap his communications?
At this point,
Did I lose sound?
Justin, I should let you know that I did let Daggett know we were investigating a murder, and I asked him if he ever had a contact with a church. So
hold on one moment.
If he's... Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. All right, hold on.
I think he's reconnecting.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I heard Bob say something about tapping, and then things went wonky on me. So sorry about that.
Can we tap his phone while he's comms?
You can certainly try if you'd like to. Sure.
And then I was just making sure everybody knew that I had told Daggett that we were conducting a murder investigation and that there might be a church involved, just so that they're aware of what the information landscape is. If Daggett's involved, he's got some hint that we're investigating this.
And to answer your question, Candace, to tap Kurtz's network phone, I would say you probably have to gain access to the main communications hub at Colonial Admin and make a Comtech roll. I wouldn't say it's a particularly difficult thing to do.
Right, Comtech roll +2.
Sure. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So that's successful, and you've got a stunt. I don't think that new and unexpected information qualifies in the instance where you're tapping. Well, I mean, I guess it could. I don't know. You make that decision. You do have a stunt.
+1 to a later roll.
That'll be fine. Good enough. All right. So yeah, you definitely have his line successfully tapped. So any calls going in and out, you'll be able to hear.
And I want to make sure that we monitor his chip so that we know where he is at all times.
Okay. All right. That's easily accomplished since his chip feeds straight to the Marshall, monitoring station. So that's no problem.
Candace, can you do the same to Daggett?
I can try.
All right. Go ahead and make your roll.
You do have a bank success, by the way.
No, it's a bank +1 die on a Comtech roll.
Rather, yeah, +1.
But that's fine. Yeah, so that would give you a... Oh, she has 2 successes and a panic. Go ahead and roll your panic. Not that it really should mean much at this point. Oh my gosh, you're such a pest. A 4, so yeah, you're holding it together. Not a problem. You have 2 successes, so you're able to also tap Daggett's. You're also able to tap Okay, stop it. Tap Daggett's communications, and you have a stunt.
Also, bank it for later and make sure that we track his chip.
Not a problem. Not a problem. All right, I'm putting you down now. Go on. All right. So right about this time, Jake, you push your way through the creaky wooden door of Jose's hole. You see the surly bartender there. Now, if you may not remember, but technically in first session, Jake has already been here. So Jake was actually head of the marshals in terms of getting here and doing his interviews. So the bartender probably gives you a side eye as you walk in. There's not many people here. There's probably 4 or 5 different people here. There's a group of 2 old roughnecks at the bar, downing watered down beer, and then there's a couple other people assorted throughout the place. You do not see Jenny Wright, who was Rosalie Dawson's friend who worked here. There's a different waitress working.
Oh, you're right. She was either the bartender or waitress.
She was the waitress. That's correct.
Okay. And the bartender is somebody I have a relationship with, or
I don't know if I'd go so far as to call it a relationship. You interacted with him for a few minutes back in session 1. He wasn't the most helpful of sorts, if that makes sense. But he was the one that, he originally told you that that Rosalie Dawson, he said, she works for me, and he told you the story about the boyfriend Bobby Matthews, how he came in and flipped over, got into an argument with her, flipped over some tables, and he also is the one who directed you to the waitress friend Jenny.
Right. Oh boy, I never chased down that lead of the boyfriend, I don't think. I'll take a seat next to the Roughnecks, order a watered down beer.
Okay.
And I'm just going to kind of settle in for a while, so I'm not starting to ask people questions the second I get there. But yeah, what was the name of the boyfriend?
Bobby Matthews.
Bobby Matthews. All right. Crap. All right. So yeah, I'm going to grab a seat and look unassuming as much as I can, and just kind of check out the situation with those with the Roughnecks and the bartender that are sitting there, and maybe anybody else that might come to, within my vision that I could assess to see if maybe they'll have something for me.
Certainly. So, since you did order a beer, would you do me a favor and make a stamina roll? You're muted, bud.
Sorry about that. Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, stamina roll.
If you have any stress, -1, because alcohol does drop stress by 1.
Oh, okay. So -1 on the stress level.
Yep.
So I can take that away, right?
Correct.
Excellent. Okay, well that's nice. And stamina roll. Ooh. Stamina. Why do I have 0?
Because you're a scrawny reporter, sir.
Okay. Okay. So
no successes. So you are, you're drinking your watered down beer, and you start to realize that you are very much a lightweight. So in addition to that stress decrease, which is a good thing, you are at -1 wits at the current time.
Okay. Okay. Well, live and learn.
Yeah. That being said, this is kind of an interesting situation. So go ahead and make an observation roll with your -1 for your wits being down.
Observation -1.
And this is going to be an interesting thing, so we'll do it this way. Okay. All right, so 2 successes. The two roughnecks are they're it sounds like they're just bitching in general back and forth to each other. One's bitching about the foreman. Why is he such a pain in the ass? Look at why are we in such a hurry to even refurbish these buildings? This colony's going downhill. We'll get it done when we get it done. It's not like there's people lining up to live there. And the other guy's kind of agreeing with him. Meanwhile, the other guy's trying to bitch about his wife. And they're just kind of going back and forth that way. The one sitting right next to you kind of glances your way for a second, almost as if he realizes you're kind of just listening. But he doesn't say anything. They just keep going about their thing. The bartender / owner of the place, whose name's actually Cristobal, not Jose, kind of comes over and says, "You're getting low on that one. Do you need another one?"
No, I think I'll just take a sparkling water if you have it. If not, regular water would be great. And I throw him a tip.
He kind of snorts, and he grabs a glass from under the bar and turns around to the sink behind him and just flips on the tap. Pops down a glass of water, which probably isn't the cleanest looking glass of water you've ever seen. Counting the beer and, like you said, your tip, I'd say pull $5 out of your cash reserve,
Okay.
such as it is.
Okay.
Alien the accounting.
Yeah, alien the accounting. And is there, when we're talking or the two roughnecks are talking, when I find a gap in their conversation, I'd like to kind of push myself in a little bit and say, "Oh, so you guys are on the crew that fixes up these old buildings, huh?" And if there's an opening, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Make a manipulation roll. We'll count that as you're finding a good place to
Got it.
push your way in.
Would you say my mind? Oh, it's -5 on my -5 on my cash, and
Oh,
my
yeah.
manipulation is there. It is, and no modify. Well,
No mods on that because manipulation is empathy based. So
got it. Okay.
Yep.
I never see the rolls until I flip back to the.
you have no successes on 6
Oh,
dice.
goddamn.
Would you like to push?
Yes.
Okay.
I will push.
Go ahead.
I will push. This would be- okay. And so I take a 1 stress and manipulation. Excellent.
2 successes. All right, very good. All right, so the guy who's sitting right next to you kind of glances over your way for a second, but then he just maybe a slight amount of suspicion in his eye, but then he just lets off. Yeah, we're working up on the east end of the colony. There's a set of apartment buildings there that are empty and abandoned. We've been working on those for the last few weeks. Colony admin, Wayland Yutani, I guess they want the buildings cleaned up and made livable. They've been empty for probably 20 years. We're cleaning out all kinds of crap.
Yeah, you find anything interesting in there?
He kind of looks at you. Well, what do you mean? Why do you ask?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I know that when I clean out my apartment, sometimes I run into stuff that I forgot I had, and either interesting or vintage or an oddity, and just I don't know. I was just saying it. Yeah,
Make-
but that's
Go ahead and make a manipulation roll.
manipulation roll. Okay.
No successes on 7 dice, sir. Would you like to push the roll?
Yes, I'll push that again. Might as well. I can always have another beer to reduce the stress, right?
That's a true statement, and possibly the wits as well.
Sounds like my 20s. All right, so, I got to add another stress. And now I submit.
1 success. Though it didn't. That's weird. It didn't roll the second stress die.
You know what happened is I added the second stress die after the modifier popped up. It must be must lock in whatever's on the sheet.
Must. Go ahead and re-roll it. I'll let you keep your success. I just want to see if there's a panic on either of those 2 dice.
You got it.
No panic, so that's fine.
Excellent.
Wow, that's amazing. Your dice are not rolling well today.
It's funny how that happens, right?
Yeah. Well, last session you guys were rolling, 3 successes on 5 dice every time I turned around, and now it's nothing's flowing.
I spent a whole session of D&D Monday night getting the shit beat out of me. I had like 1 hit the entire night. I play a Goliath barbarian, and I got beat to fuck. It was terrible.
That's kind of awesome when it
I
happens.
didn't die, but yeah, it was a learning experience for sure.
So he kind of nods. He goes, "Yeah, we found something a little odd. It was creepy as shit. It was this weird fucking painting."
Really? That's painting? Somebody left one of their paintings at their apartment. What was it of?
Well, they left it because they weren't taking the wall with them.
I was on the wall?
Yeah, it was in a bedroom in an apartment. It was. The other guy kind of speaks up. Yeah, I saw it too. It was messed up, man. It was. I don't know what it was. It was this black creature thing, and it was kind of shaped. It kind of looked like, I don't know. It kind of looked like a woman, but it was all black, and it was a monster, and it was kind of. It kind of had its arms out like this. It was weird.
Wow. When you said painting on a wall, I thought you might meant, in a nursery and butterflies and, that kind of thing above the crib. But why would anybody? That sounds horrifying.
Yeah, the other guy laughs and goes, "Yeah, well, we saw some of that type of shit too, but no, this was weird."
Huh. Well, that's interesting. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Jake. I am the reporter for and I don't remember the publication or the agency, but I'll relay that. And I've been putting together a little history of the colony here, and there's some weird quirks here and there, and I thought it might make a good read for anybody who might be coming back here before they decide to come to the colony. And this sounds like it might be worthy of that. Which apartments did you say again?
It was back over on. It's this big building complex that's at the right off Highway 4 down West Third. It's it's not too hard to find, but yeah, it's so in relation to what he's saying to you, it's probably 15 minutes away. It's not far.
Knowing my knowledge of the buildings and something, is this an apartment complex that's kind of like low rise, 2 levels with 30 apartments, or is it like 500?
No, if it's the one you're thinking of, because you know the colony pretty well, right? You've been here your whole life, and you've been around quite a bit. So if it's the one you're thinking of, it's a huge 4 or 5 level sprawling complex that takes up 3 or 4 city blocks. It's gigantic.
Okay. I was trying to determine whether I should keep poking around with questions with them. So I'm going to try to ask them. I think this would be a manipulation roll. It is a manipulation roll, I'm sure. I would try to ask them, hey, for this history of the colony, some of these quirkier things. I think that sounds really interesting. I don't know what exactly you're talking about, but any chance that I could, maybe go check that out with you guys?
They kind of look at you, then they look at each other, and one shrugs and goes, "Shit, man, we painted over it."
Ah, yeah, okay. That was worth a shot. I'm just trying to get something ready for this book. And then I'll just make idle chit chat with them to not hover on this subject too much.
Sure. So, yeah, that's fine. They make a point of telling you their names. That the one's Walt and the other's Whitman. And if you're writing a book, they'd love if you'd put their names in it somewhere if you can find a place, and that type of thing.
Thank you guys. That's awesome. I'm glad I came in here for a nightcap. I'd like to just exchange info with you, and I'd be happy to get some information and highlight your finds in the book.
The bartender kind of looks over at you and goes, "Hey, lightweight, it sounds like you're getting ready to leave. Are you safe to drive?" And the two roughnecks start laughing.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'll decide if I need to walk my bike back. But thank you anyway. And so I go ahead and tip him and make my way out of the bar after exchanging info if they give it to me.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, they probably gave you their network terminal numbers, that type of thing. So where'd you like to head from there?
I'm gonna go outside and somewhere where it's private. I want to relay this back to the marshals right away.
All right.
So I'm going to give them the information that I didn't have visual confirmation, but by the description, it looks like a type of mural that we saw previously in the church and in the habitation complex was also in one of the apartments that are empty and 20 years abandoned. So whatever this is, it looks like either it's been here for a long time or somebody was using abandoned apartments to do something. And I didn't want to spoil my lead here with them, so I didn't push them for an exact apartment number. But that's what I'll relay to the marshals.
All right. Alrighty. So let me get an idea about. Okay. So I would say at this point, with what everybody's done so far, we're probably a good couple hours after sundown, which puts it about 4 hours till daylight. What's everybody want to try and pull off at this point? Justin, you'd mentioned grabbing a couple winks.
Yeah, for lack of anything else really that I can think of doing.
All right. All right.
I'll head back to the apartment and end the night.
To your place?
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Candace and Johnny?
Yeah, Johnny wants to stay fresh, so I would probably alternate between... Do I have an apartment close to the Marshall station?
You do. It's only a block or two away.
Yeah, I would alternate between... I would just make a routine of getting sleep when I can, and whenever I get up and come and go from the Marshall station, making sure to check the supply car that's ready to rock to make sure it hasn't been sabotaged, robbed, anything. So I want to make the bomb checking side of things a consistent part of Johnny's routine.
Gotcha.
He's getting in the car, he's checking to make sure it's not loaded.
Gotcha.
Or it's not rigged.
Right. I'm with you. Melissa, I think she probably at this point is okay heading back to her place. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Sorry, hit the wrong thing. Before she heads out, though. She says, I guess I'm okay to head home. I kind of want to ask you for a gun, but I'm really I'm really not any good with one, to be honest about it. I'll just stay close in touch just in case anything else happens.
She wants to leave the station.
Yeah, well, she's got her own apartment to go to, unless anybody has a better idea what to do with her.
Well, she can stay in the marshal's
Oh, that's
office,
true.
really.
That's true.
If she wants to sleep there, she's surrounded by bodyguards, so she should feel a little bit safer.
All right, you know what? That's reasonable. She'll do that. Why does she have stress? Oh, because I let her push a roll. I was looking at her character sheet. I was like, why does she have stress? All right, so that's fine. Okay, so we'll probably flash forward this a few hours then at this point. Candace, are you? I'm sorry, Candace. Are you also trying to grab a few hours, that type of thing?
Yeah, I'll just tell whoever's on night duty to call us immediately if they see anything interesting going on or on the wiretaps. Otherwise, I'm heading off to get some sleep.
Yep. All right, that'll be fine. So what I will do. Well, that was interesting. Did you guys see what I just rolled?
Last thing we have is you just rolling 1d6 and getting a stress die, getting a panic.
Okay. All right. All right. Good. All right. So you guys, and then I need to make. I forgot to. I'm sorry. Sometimes it's easier to just pick up a handful of dice and roll it. If that makes any sense.
Yep.
Where is it? There it is. Okay. All right. So, Candace and Justin, would the two of you please make a stamina roll? Oh, wow.
Now, we
Sorry,
did
who else
see,
did
we
you
did
say?
see the James Lennon roll.
You did see that roll. You shouldn't have. That's weird. Okay. All right. That's fine. All right. Justin, stamina roll?
Are we all making one?
No, just Justin and Candace.
Okay.
All right. No successes. Of course, you can push if you want, but you don't know why you're rolling. So do you want to push?
No.
Okay. All right. Good enough. Right. Let me... What are the stamina stunts? Anyone have that handy?
Give one to an ally in a similar situation, plus one to later related roll or impress an ally.
Very good. So what stunt would you like to use?
Plus one to later.
Okay. So, Candace, you are you're hanging out in the bunk room. Melissa Johnson is there snoring. So are two of the other marshal deputies. James Hetfield and Jim Lennon were left in the bullpen monitoring things, and you're just having a hard time getting to sleep. Maybe it's the events of the day rushing through your head, whatever it is. Maybe it's just the sense that you all know you're on top of you're right on top of something, but you just can't quite get it. You know, whatever it may be, and you probably glance up at a clock on the wall, and you've been here for maybe 2 hours, and you know there's not much day time before the sun starts to rise, even though it's technically going to be midnight. Make an observation roll for me. Two successes. Okay. You hear a thump. I can't describe it quite as a thump, but you hear a sound from out into the bullpen. It's a loud thump or a thwack or something. You can't quite make out what it was. And then you can hear the sound of the large door to the marshal station opening up.
Right.
What would you like to do?
Pull out my service pistol and slowly go have a look.
All right.
Sneakily go have a look, to put it that way.
All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a roll here. Okay. So you, as you start to poke your head out the doorway into the bullpen, you see, because you have two successes on your observation. Well, that was to hear the sound, but it doesn't matter. This is just plain as day. You see the form of Hetfield laying on the floor next to the monitoring station. He's got some. It looks like there's a little bit of blood on the floor under his head. So like he was sitting at the chair at the monitoring station. Now he's on the floor. Coming through the doorway from the vestibule that you enter when you come into the monitoring station, you see Jim Lennon, and he's got two other guys with him. As soon as he sees you, he says, "Shit," and he pulls out his pistol and aims at your direction. So I need to make a copy. Give me 1 second. Where's my copy? Where's my copy? There's a way to do this, and all of a sudden I can't figure out what it is. Well, I was punching it out. I didn't mean to do that. All right, whatever. Well, let me do it twice. Oh, let me do it twice. All right. So go ahead and make an initiative roll, if you would, please.
I don't know if that was supposed to be public, but your observation roll was, we can see it.
That's fine. I'm not worried about it at this point. Because then I narrated what happened. He looked right at you and saw you. So, all right. Where's my initiative dice? There it is. Ooh. Okay. So they're on 2s.
So, question: since I went out pistol ready, do I get a jump on them or not?
I would say no, but they didn't get a jump on you either.
Okay, cool.
Let's see here. All right, well, you're on a 10. For some reason, it didn't hit my turn order. I don't know why, but
it's because I don't have an icon out on the board.
Oh, I pulled one out for you.
Where is it? I need to highlight it and then roll it.
And then roll, correct. And then we'll just edit whatever your roll is.
Okay, let's do this and this.
Okay. All right. And you were actually on a 10, which really doesn't matter because either way you're after them, right?
Yeah.
All right. So with his slow action, Lennon is going to take a shot at you with his pistol. I'm going to give him a -2 because in my mind's eye, you kind of had just started to stick your head out the door going pistol first, so I'd say he probably doesn't have the clearest shot, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So I'm going
That
to.
was the idea. Kind of hide behind something.
Oh, he still hits you. So, Candace, you take 2 points of damage. Let's see here. What's your health, Candace?
Health equals strength. That would be 2.
That would be 2. Well,
Ouch.
that's unfortunate. Do me a favor and make a roll a d66 off your character sheet if you would.
Whoa. Nice thing, you guys.
Oh,
That's awful.
oh,
Oh,
oh, shit.
oh, dude.
He so he takes his shot, and the bullet passes right through Candace's heart, and she drops dead. Just like that.
Wow, bummer, man.
Wow, that's all right.
That was rough. All right, well, don't go anywhere, Bob. I'll figure something out for you here in a minute.
We do have Melissa.
We do
Yeah,
have
we could
Melissa. That's true.
Quick question.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry. D66. I've never seen that before. What's the deal with that?
That's for it's for a couple different things in Alien, but primarily it's for the critical chart. Okay, if your health gets knocked down to 0, you take a critical hit, and the D66 determines what that critical is. So, as a general rule, when you have take a critical and I ask for a D66, lower is better. Pretty much everything like 62 and above kind of auto kills you.
It's like percentile dice, but instead of 10-sided die, you're rolling 6-sided die.
Exactly. All right, so let's do this. Bob, I'm sorry about Candace.
That's aliens for you.
That is aliens for you.
Right? Death at any
Surprised
moment.
it took this long, actually.
Let me.
Usually we die much quicker.
Where are you? There you are. All right. And all right, so Bob, you should now see Melissa Johnson's character in your journal.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna delete Candace. Wow, that's terrible because that's exactly what I did. All right, so at this point, Melissa Johnson awakens, and so do the 2 deputies that were in the bunk room, and so does Justin Averam. I just pulled you over to the map in case we need to. But everyone wakes up to the sound of a gunshot. Melissa, as you kind of shake the sleep away, and so do the 2 deputies, you see the body of Candace Bryant lying on the floor in a spreading pool of blood. Justin, you bolt upright in your apartment after having heard the sound of a gunshot.
We roll for an ish. Or what do we do?
You know what? Yeah, may as well. So yeah, go ahead and do that, and I'll roll for the.
You want to give us icons so that
You should see it. Do you not see it?
I see 2 icons.
Yeah, you should see Melissa
Yep.
and okay.
Got it.
All right, very good. And then I need to roll for the couple of guys that are there, but I gotta put their icon on the board. Give me 1 second. We're just gonna put them right there, because all NPCs technically run on the same thing anyway. There we go. Sheet and initiative dice. Yay. Okay, so McCartney, well, the 2 deputies and Johnson, you're both on the same number. You're both on 3s. So I would imagine the two deputies, the first thing they do is, obviously they would jump off the bunks, pulling their pistols, and go to the doorway to cover the area. Melissa, what are you doing?
I wanted to hide under a table, but looking at a personal agenda, thanks for that, I rush, if I can, to Candace's fallen body to see if I can do anything for her, being a medical background professional.
Yep. I would let you roll a medical aid on that.
I will push.
All right, go ahead.
It's important. Somebody is dying. I need to add one more stress die. Sorry.
That's okay. No, that's fine. I'll take that as just a no face hugger. So your two successes. She is. She has a bullet wound from a pistol in her chest, and based on the amount of blood, her heart is not beating. She's not breathing. There's no question that round went right through her heart. She's there's just no chance. And with that information, I'm going to give you a point of stress. By the way, seeing your coworker gunned down like that. I'm sorry?
Off to a good start.
Yeah. All right, so that brings us to Justin Avram.
I'm going to do the same thing that the deputies are doing. I'm going to pull my sidearm and go to the door and try to index some cover.
Okay.
See what the F is going on.
So looking into the bullpen, you see Hetfield on the floor with some blood under his head, and beyond that, you see nobody else.
Okay, so there's nobody.
There's nobody in the bullpen.
All right. But clearly that's where the gunshot came from.
Oh, there's no doubt. It definitely came from inside the Marshal station. It sounded like it came from right outside your door. So, so that would move us to the next round. I would say the two deputies are at this point slowly moving their way into the bullpen. You know, they're doing the cop thing, you know, checking the corners and that type of thing. One of them makes their way over to the entrance to the vestibule, and then he calls out. Everything looks clear. Melissa, what would you like to do?
Is there anybody in my immediate point of view?
I would say you're kneeling down checking over Candace, so you can easily look up and you would see, I would say you see McCartney on the far side of the bullpen over where the entrance is. He's the one who just called everything clear. You probably would not see Hetfield laying down or laying on the floor in the bullpen just from your angle, because there's desks and counters and stuff like that, throughout the bullpen, right? So that's probably blocking your view of his body.
In that case, I will just grab Candace's gun and hide behind something.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and put a service pistol in your inventory. It's a half-slot item as far as encumbrance is concerned, and if you want to add it to your attacks, it's a +1 modifier and 1 damage. Justin, what would you like to do?
excuse me, I'll move into the bullpen and I'll say, shout out if you're in here.
Yeah, there's all you see is Kirk McCartney and who is the other one? I'm sorry. Paul Hammett, the two, and of course you see Hetfield on the floor, but they both of the what do you call them? Both of the deputies still have their weapons out, but they seem to have kind of dropped them a little bit as they're still tensed up, but they seem to have relaxed just a little bit. Hammett kind of shakes his head. There's no one here.
All right, I'll check Hetfield's pulse, see if he's still with us.
Yeah, I'm not going to make you roll anything for that. Yeah, he's there's a little bit of blood under because his head's kind of laying on the floor sideways, and there's a little bit of blood underneath it. But he's breathing. He's breathing. He just looks like he's been. He's got a growing mark on the back of his head, or right, like kind of at the base of the neck type thing. It looks like someone clocked him.
All right, I'll call out for Melissa.
All right.
We're Candace is down.
Hetfield's down too. Looks like he needs help. How's Candace?
She's dead. They killed her.
All right, I'm going to voluntarily take a stress dice.
I'm going to give you 2. You and Candace were very close for a long time.
We're bros. We go way back. All right. I think Justin's just going to reel in shock for a few moments.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm going to go ahead and kill the icons here. Yeah, there are no. I know there's no tokens that have a turn. Leave me alone. Go away, roll 20. Okay. All right. So while Justin's reeling in the shock of Candace no longer being with us, Melissa, what would you like to do?
Well, I'll run to where they told me the downed person is and go and have a look.
All right. Yeah, go ahead and make a. Well, Hetfield is just from a cursory glance. Obviously, Hetfield is down. He's bleeding a little bit. He is unconscious. He's breathing, but he's definitely out. Would you like to make a medical aid roll?
Yep.
All right, go ahead. Two successes, very good. So
you're stuff here. Nice.
Yep, you're kneeling down next to him for a bit and administering first aid. Probably pulling out some what do they call them? Smelling salts, that type of thing. After a few minutes, he starts to come around. He's very groggy. His eyes are kind of rolling around in his head. There's the little bit of blood that's on the floor seems to actually be coming out of his ear. It looks like he got clocked pretty hard, but he's awake.
I'll just pat him on the head with a bandage and set him up.
All right, very good. He kind of starts to nod his head forward. He probably puts his hands up like this and says, "Oh God, where am I? What happened?"
Did Melissa see who attacked or not?
No. In fact, Melissa and Justin both, by the time you guys woke up, including the other 2 deputies, by the time you guys woke up and looked into the bullpen, there was nobody there.
I'll ask Hetfield to replay the station video for the last 5 minutes.
He goes, okay, all right, yeah. And he kind of he climbs back into his chair and he's kind of groggy and he's punching it up for a minute. Hold on, I got it. And so yeah, you skip it back just a couple minutes, and so Hetfield is it looks like Hetfield was at the monitoring station, and Lennon had walked over off to the side and poured a cup of coffee, and as he was coming back, he had pulled his pistol out and just whipped it across the back of Hetfield as hard as he could. Hetfield didn't even see it coming.
This is Lennon, you said?
Yeah, Lennon did this. Yeah. And Hetfield went down like a ton of bricks. And then Lennon hit a button and started to walk away from the monitoring station. From a different angle, you see the front door of the Marshall station open up, and two other guys joined him, and they started to walk.
Do we recognize them?
You do not. You do not. They started to walk out of the waiting vestibule, and that's when all of a sudden you saw Lennon point his gun and take a shot. And then as soon as he took that shot, all three of them just vamoosed out the door.
Okay, well, anybody interject here at any point, but first things first, I'm going to call, I am reticent to let Hetfield out into, although, you know what, Lennon obviously wasn't intending to kill Hetfield, so I don't think they're going to go after him. So we'll call an ambulance for Hetfield. We will immediately call back the two other deputies that we have.
All right.
We will issue an all-points bulletin for Deputy Lennon, whatever his last name is, or whatever his first name is.
Jim Lennon.
I forgot. Jim Lennon. Yeah.
Do I get that call or the APB?
Yeah, you absolutely would, since you work for the Marshall station.
Okay.
Wanted for murder of a fellow officer.
Vasquez would probably look at whatever his PDA is, whatever, and say, I fucking knew it.
Yeah. I will also send a personal message to the other two deputies and to Johnny to use extreme caution, wear body armor, and don't be without your sidearm. Be on the lookout for Lennon and his two cronies. I didn't recognize, but two known accomplices.
Yeah, you certainly didn't recognize them, but you obviously you got a pretty good look at them through the Marshall system monitors.
Yeah,
I'd send a message back and just say, can we get a 20 on Lennon? Then PDT ?
That is a good suggestion.
I gotta run the dog out real quick, so I need to take like a 5 or 10 minute break quick, if that's okay.
All right, go ahead. In fact, why don't we just take a 5 or 10 minute break?
Sounds good.
All right, cool.
Be back.
Okay, Jake. Jim, didn't you have a hard stop time?
I did until I broke my ankle. So my wife's going to go on that appointment by herself. So I don't have a hard stop time.
Okay.
But,
all right. So, what about anybody
other than
else?
my physical limitations and distraction from pain.
The
The VA is so scared of prescribing opiates because they overprescribed them so much in the past that even with a broken bone, they only give you enough for, a couple days.
If you get in trouble, Jim, I got some left over from
Yes, let's announce transfer of controlled substances.
I realize that's a little loose to do.
Yeah, and putting it right out there on Twitch for everybody to hear.
Oh, I
Perfect.
forgot. We're recorded on Twitch.
Ever accept any controlled substances for anybody else? No. It's so I'm good though right now.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else have a hard stop time we need to know about?
Nah, I can go till whenever.
Okay. I can go for a good while as well. I got a couple of kids that get home a little after 2 my time, which is in a couple hours. And then by 3 o'clock my time, I have to stop regardless. If we're still going 3 hours from now, wow. That's quite the fortitude. All right. So you guys are in the Marshall. Jake, you're not in the Marshall station. You're back at your apartment, aren't you?
Yeah, I was probably by this time. I'm probably unless this is happening concurrently. I'd probably be asleep.
Yeah, I would think you're asleep.
There
And
are a few
then,
things I wanted to do real quick.
I'm sorry?
There was a couple things I wanted to start us off with
Please.
real quick. So one of them was definitely to call Jake and bring him into the station. There's
Okay.
been some developments. But he needs to be picked up, right? So I'll get on the.
He has a bicycle.
Yeah, but I mean, people are getting whacked. Now things have changed. So get on the radio, call Johnny, have him pick up Jake.
All right.
And while he's doing that, I will type off a report to. I don't know enough about the game world to know who marshals report to, but it has to be somebody off world.
Yeah, I obviously you've got the marshals on each individual colony or station or planet or what have you, and then it's glossed over slightly in the books, but there's definitely a hierarchy of the colonial marshals that eventually just reports into colonial admin. And UA colonial admin, so it's a whole bureaucracy like everything else. But I would definitely say
it's separate from the colonial administration that Kurtz is in charge of.
Well, the Kurtz's colonial admin is specifically a Wayland Yutani organization. The building he works in is called Colonial Admin, but it's not in and of itself. It's not related to the United Americas Colonial Administration. If that makes sense.
So that's who I want.
Right.
I want the state police.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I will.
You want to send it up the totem pole.
I will write and it won't be a lengthy presentation. It's written in an emergent situation, but somebody needs to know what's going on here. So, make sure that they understand that we've been the victim of a terrorist attack, that we've had at least one officer assaulted, one killed, and one nearly killed by an explosion. So, we're going to be stepping up our self-protection efforts, and we are currently, I'm going to also include that we have reason to suspect that the colonial admin is involved, that the former marshal may be involved. We have the following lines of evidence that we're pursuing, and we're hereby officially requesting assistance. So send that off so somebody other than people on planet are aware. I'll also mention that some of the deputies, obviously Lennon, we have video of him shooting Candace.
Yep.
But we don't know how deep that complicit strain runs through the department. So we need some off-world assistance from people who we know are not corrupt.
Yeah.
Once that's fired off, I will brief Kurt on taking over for Hetfield's job, so that he can monitor our surveillances and including the telephone taps that we have, the 2 telephone taps that we have.
Yep.
I will then require all the deputies, including Johnny and myself, to put on body armor, and I will give a set to Melissa and prepare a set for Jake's arrival.
All right.
And then, then I have to wait for Johnny because I think there's something we need to do.
Johnny's would have been on his way over right away as soon as he got the call. Would have asked about a location on Lennon's personal data transmitter and headed over to the Marshall station. Probably wouldn't have gone after to look for him ourselves. Just, do we have a beat on this guy? And then I'll head over to the Marshall station. So I would already have been armored up and armed. Would probably do a quick check around the vehicles again. Is the car I'm driving the car we loaded up, or is that a separate vehicle that we have in the garage?
I would have imagined that would have been a separate vehicle. The idea being that if you guys wanted that to be your quick response vehicle, you'd have probably loaded it up and set it off to the side.
Yeah, and have it right there ready to run if we get a call.
Right.
So I
Well,
would-
whatever that vehicle was, we did say at one time that it was Johnny was the only person to touch it.
Right.
So I'm thinking maybe he might have taken it. Although that means it might have been unsecured, right?
Yeah.
If he took it off. Okay, so yeah, I guess maybe.
one way or another, if it's both cars or one car, I'll check any vehicle I'm using or planning to use for explosives.
All right. And Justin, you called Johnny and asked him to pick up Jake, and you called Jake to make sure he was awake and get him moving. Was that the
Yes.
plan? Okay.
Yeah. So
All
I'll
right.
go first.
So we'll montage this a bit and get everybody back together. So a vehicle has arrived from St. Francis Medical Center to pick up Hetfield and take him back and check him over. A couple of med techs or whatever they're called in Alien, medics, I guess, and. He seems to be doing okay, but he was clocked pretty good, so a good once-over is probably not a bad idea. As far as checking on Lennon's PDT chip, since Johnny called that back over, I imagine somebody checked on that. Johnny's PDT chip is active. Or not Johnny, I'm sorry. Jim Lennon's, I'm sorry. Jim Lennon's PDT chip is active, and it's right nearby. In fact, it looks like that at first glance you probably thought that it was inside the Marshall station, but in fact, if you kind of zoom in on it, it's actually just outside the Marshall station, kind of halfway along the side between the front door and the vehicle depot and back.
He's up to something.
All right, so we're going to go check that out. But before we do, make sure that Melissa and Jake are wearing body armor.
Okay.
Make sure that they both have sidearms. Ask them if they know how to use them. If not, we'll show them real quick how it's done. And then I will swear them in as temporary deputies.
Okay. All right.
Unless they don't want to for some reason. But we need all the help we can get.
All right, so as a side note, anyone who wants to put on body armor, you can do that. You can put a riot vest on your inventory. It will add 1 to your encumbrance, which could be a problem for Jake, I believe.
Yeah, but I can drop something.
And the armor for the riot vest is 4.
What do we want our encumbrance to not exceed our strength?
Double your strength.
Oh, double your strength. Okay, so I'm still in good shape.
In the armor weighs 2?
1.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. That's surprising.
I would also like to take a long rifle. How much does that add?
A long rifle. You mean a rifle, not a shotgun, correct? Or would you
I'll take a shotgun. It doesn't matter.
Okay, whichever you want. They're both available to you. A shotgun weighs 1.
Okay, I'll take a shotgun then.
Okay.
That seems like something a marshal would
now
like to take.
a shotgun obviously is a ranged combat role, and it is a shotgun is a little goofy in that it is give me 1 second, I'll pull up the stats for it. I got it right here. I thought I had it right here. Yeah, the shotgun, it gives you, if you want to type it into your attacks, it's a +2 bonus and it does 3 damage. Okay. But it's only useful at short range. So basically at your zone, if your target's in your zone, that's engaged range, and then 1 zone away is short. So you can fire it at engaged or short range. At engaged range, it actually gives you a +3 bonus on top of the normal +2. So obviously, at engaged range, a shotgun's ridiculously effective.
Not sure how to. So I should just do bonus 2.
Yeah, put it in
damage.
as a bonus 2, and then if you ever are shooting at someone at engaged range, you'll just put in a 3-point modifier.
And the damage was
2. 3.
Okay, gotcha.
The other point of note about a shotgun is a shotgun doubles the effective armor of what you're shooting at. Okay. So if you're shooting at someone in a riot vest and they have a 4 armor, then he would get 8 armor dice against your attack. And it kind of makes sense based on the idea of how a shotgun's supposed to work, unless you're firing a solid slug. Which one?
Melissa will also take a shotgun because it seems to be easier to point and shoot.
Okay, very good.
Johnny would grab a rifle.
All right. So a rifle will be a +1 bonus with a 2 damage, and it'll be a long-range weapon.
So they got one bonus, 2 damage, long range.
Correct.
All right, Jake, Jake, raise your hand.
Yeah.
I hereby swear to uphold the laws of the United American Colony Administration. I hereby swear to act in accordance with intergalactic human rights. It's being a dork.
I do. And now kiss the marshal.
Yeah, right.
Here's your star.
You may kiss the marshal.
Case married, yay.
I assume a pistol is 1.
It's 1 bonus, 1 damage.
And
a pistol is a half encumbrance.
Okay. And a rifle is 1?
A rifle is 1.
And there's rifles left over?
Sure.
Okay. I'll drop. I suppose the shotgun's easier to shoot. Is there enough of those left as well?
Yeah.
All right. So I'll drop. Shoot. Let's see. I got a PDAT, a flashlight, a camera, and a ham radio to drop. Well, I think we're done documenting. Maybe. I don't know what to drop. I guess I'll drop the camera. No, the magnetic tape recorder. No, I already did that. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud. I'll drop the camera and add the shotgun.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't need proof of some of the things we're about to do.
Yeah, and I apologize. I heard somebody else give the stats for the shotgun.
That's fine. It's +2 bonus, and it's 3 damage. Its max range is short.
Okay.
And it is and this is just a mechanics issue. It doubles armor, but I'll remember that when we get there if necessary. And then if you're shooting at a target at engaged range, you'll get an additional 3 modifier, but we'll handle that when it happens.
Okay.
All right. So, what's the plan?
Okay, so we've got, by my reckoning, we've got 3 deputies, right? Kurt, not counting Kurt, he's manning the con.
Right.
So we will take Paul, will stay with Kurt and watch his back, watch the station.
Okay.
The other 2 deputies.
Yeah, so James so you've got that. So you've got George, Kirk,
Jim?
Paul, and Robert.
Okay, so George, Kurt, Paul, and Robert.
Yeah.
So George and Robert are the ones that are going with us.
Okay, very good.
So you said Jim Lennon's PDT is nearby?
Yes, from what you can tell, if you were to go out the front door of the Marshal station and make your way to the left around the side of the building, that's where it's pinging right now. It's just on the other side of the wall, just outside the Marshal station, about halfway between the front door and the vehicle depot.
All right, Johnny, take George and I already forgot his other name. It's the other guy's name. Johnny, take the other 2 deputies. You go left, and the 3 of us will go right, and we'll try to snare this guy, provided he's not already dead.
All right, if we don't see him, be careful, because it could be a trap, another bomb or something.
And watch your friendly fire, so we don't shoot each other.
All right. So as you start to move around, you're coming up on midnight Earth Standard Time, so the the sun is starting to pierce the horizon a little bit, so the darkness is starting to lighten. It's kind of that immediate pre-dawn light type thing. Johnny, as you're moving around the side, go ahead and you were going left, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead and make an observation roll as you're going.
Nothing doing.
No successes. Would you like to push the roll?
Yeah.
All right. Oh,
Nothing.
no. Wow, that's unfortunate. 9 total dice and not 1 6. All right. So as you're making your way around, you know what? I'm gonna give those two guys a roll to see what happens. Because you've got 2 of the deputies with them. With you, I should say. Where is their observation? There it is. Oh, all right. So, as you're slowly going around, you hear one of the deputies call behind you. Hey, Johnny, check this out.
Turn back.
Yeah, as you turn around, you see him. Kind of knelt down on the ground, or next to something on the ground. And as you look, you see a very small. No doubt why you missed it, because these things aren't even. These things are what, maybe a centimeter by a centimeter tops, right? But as you come over and look, there's a PDT chip, along with some blood just there on the ground.
Makes sense.
Yeah, Avram, as you and your crew are going around the other side, you're not seeing anybody or anything. All's quiet.
Do we see them come around the same side of the building eventually?
Yeah, eventually they're going to come around, absolutely.
So I'm going to wave over to Avram and say, Marshall, it looks like you ripped his chip out.
Yeah, of course. It can't be that easy. All right, let's head to the air car. Avram needs to lower his stress. Is there a bottle of something strong in the station somewhere?
Oh, I'm sure there is. You could opt to just spending a turn in a safe place will drop your stress 1, and then of course you can interact with your signature item, which would drop it another 1 if you wanted to do that. Or you could find, I'm sure there's a bottle of whiskey or something around, right? Because let's be blunt, it's a cop station. Somebody's got a bottle of whiskey in a bottom drawer somewhere. I've seen enough movies to know that.
Well, I suppose I'll take a turn and I'll interact with my item. Yeah.
All right.
I don't know if other people need to take a turn as well, but now would be a good time, I guess.
Yeah, Melissa will take a turn definitely.
All
Might as well.
Kind of hyperventilating in the corner.
When we're done with that, Justin will ask Melissa to bring her med kit, and let's get in the car. And Johnny, take us to what's his name? Garrett, the former marshal.
Daggett.
Daggett, thank you. Man, my brain is like a sieve for names. Can't remember.
A lot of characters.
Trust me, you should see the list of characters on my side of the screen. Oh my god.
That's the thing, when you were talking about keeping track of this game, the thing I flipped up in front of the camera, that half a notebook of handwritten notes or so, that's me trying to keep track of my Vampire City.
Yeah.
It's a book.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. All right. So you're gonna fly out to Daggett's place, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I haven't asked for this for a while, so I'll get Johnny to make us a piloting roll.
Sounds good. Yeah, obviously I'm going to push that.
It's that kind of night, man.
The car crashes, you all die.
And I'm going to use my additional +1 die.
Yep.
From last time. I have 1 left.
You do. That's
So I'm
correct.
going to use that.
panic. Roll your
See.
panic, sir.
All right. Looks like I'm doing all right.
Yeah, you're fine. Not sure what happened there. You hit a an air pocket or something as you were going up, and caused you a little bit of consternation. But you're all right, and you actually have a bonus stunt, which I imagine you're just going to take a bonus die on a future roll.
Yeah, that makes the most sense.
All right, so it takes about an hour to get out to Daggett's place. You guys know that because you've been there before. So how do you? Last time you landed on the road and then drove into his place. Are you doing that again, or are you just going to land in his yard, or what's the idea?
I would
Random
defer to
start.
Avaram, but I think at this point, if we're trying to make a bigger impression, he saw us coming last time anyway. May as well just kind of fly down and land.
Yeah, land in his yard.
All right. Yeah, as you guys come down, you land right next to the old two-door Marshall's gyro car that's in his that's in his front yard essentially. You see him as you're coming down and landing. You actually see his front door open, and he kind of saunters out. He has a shotgun in his hands. It's not really aiming your direction. It's just kind of carrying it. And then when he sees when he realizes it's a Marshall's gyro car, he takes the shotgun and he just kind of leans it up against the house, and he pushes his hands down into his jean pockets, and he just stands there waiting.
Okay, so as we get out of earshot of him, I will whisper to Johnny to cover me, and we'll walk up to him, and I'll walk directly up to him and butt stroke him in the nose.
I will.
With my shotgun.
I will.
Ouch.
As I see Justin start taking an aggressive posture, kind of realize what he's really going to do. I'll pull my gun out as he comes back like this. So
Oh wow!
aiming to get the timing right so that Daggett doesn't see me draw before
Wow!
Justin takes his shot.
All right. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to click Wilson Daggett here. All right. Make a. You know what? I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to make an observation roll for Daggett to kind of get an idea if he's really going to see this coming. If that makes sense. Oh wow! All right. All right. Make your close combat roll, please, sir. And I will give you. You're using an improvised weapon, which generally doesn't give a bonus, but you kind of built up to this a little bit, so I'll give you a point of bonus.
Okay. Got it.
All right. So you have a success. You can push that roll if you want to.
To like up the success.
Correct.
Because he's going to roll against us, right?
He is.
Okay, yeah, I might as well.
I'm going to
push
give him a
it.
-2 penalty, but he is going to roll against you.
All right, so stress. Close combat.
And roll with a -1 mod to account for the success you already have. Does that make sense?
Okay, so I up the stress
By 1.
to 1.
Yeah,
And
and
then
then
put
roll
in
close
-1.
combat, but -1, because we're taking that success die and setting it off to the side, if that makes sense. Jim,
Where
are
do
you there?
Yes, yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Just I'm adjusting something, so
Oh.
it's not my video.
Okay, no problem.
How do you put a minus? It won't
It
let
should
me every
just
time I
let you
hit it.
put in it should just let you tap -1. On
In the
my
input value. Under
on
modifiers, right?
yeah
that where you're
on
putting
my
-1?
keyboard I hit the minus key in the top right of the keypad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, the number pad doesn't take the number pad's input.
Oh, that's weird. Oh wow, so you had a total of 3 successes. All right, so he sees your aggressive stature, and he sees you kind of charging up towards him, and you're sure he sees the shot coming, but he does not get up to block it, get his hands up to block it in time or do anything to stop it. So you clock him with your shotgun, and actually, I mean, it's improvised weapons do 2 damage. You beat him. You had a total of 3 successes. He had 1, so you beat him by 1 essentially. So you did 2 damage, and you have a close combat stunt. Which close combat stunts.
Knock him down.
Yeah, you've got a couple different things you can do. Knocking him down is one of them. You can, of course, you can do an extra point of damage, though I don't know if that's what you're after.
No, I'm definitely not trying to kill him.
Yeah. You can... I mean, you could knock an object from him, but he's not really holding anything. You can knock him to the ground. Or you could hold him in a grapple, but with the way you're attacking him, I don't think a grapple makes sense.
Could I cuff him before he recovers?
You know what? I'll let you do that. I'll let you do that, sure.
Also, as soon as he starts going down and hits the ground, I'm gonna start saying, "Stay on the ground, Daggett. Don't make it any worse." So, I mean, if he has any sense about him at all, he's going to know he just got his nose broken and he's got a gun aimed down at him now.
Yeah. Johnny, make a manipulation roll. Would you like to push the roll, sir?
No, I'm not lying. He
Yeah.
tries to move, I'll fucking shoot him.
Yeah. All right. So he does start to resist. I don't think he's going to be able to break free, but we're going to give him a shot.
Yeah, I'm also not just going to open up on him the second he tries to squirm. Like,
yeah.
If he gets up and comes at me, I'll take a leg or something.
Yeah, okay. All right. So yeah, I would say you guys have got him pretty hogtied. He starts to struggle a bit, but he's not strong enough to break out of cuffs, obviously. And all right, so he starts shouting back at you guys. What the fuck is this? Johnny, what the hell's going on here? Who the hell is this guy? Get him off me! What the hell? And, he's probably got blood running down his face, right? From where you clocked him with the shotgun.
I'll pick him up and sit him down, like in the nearest chair or sofa.
Yeah, there's probably a rocking chair right there on the front porch. So he's looking over at you guys. I mean, obviously he knows Jake, he knows Johnny. He doesn't know. Well, no, he might know Melissa. I don't know he probably has seen her around at some point. I don't know if they know each other per se. And he doesn't know who you are, Justin. Though I'm sure at this point he has an idea, considering the mode of transportation. He kind of tries to like rub the blood off of his nose up against like maybe the material on his shoulder from his shirt. He looks up and he just kind of glances around and he says, "Johnny, what are you doing here? What is going on?"
This is the new Marshal, Daggett. You're going to listen to his questions and you're going to tell him everything you didn't tell us last time we came out here.
I don't know what you're talking about. I did not tell you anything.
The first thing you need to know is I'm not in charge, and you should not be negotiating with me. You need to talk to the marshal.
All right. So he kind of leans over and he probably spits out some blood a little bit, and he looks up at the marshal and says, looks up at Avram. So you're the marshal. All right. So why are you out here beating up on me?
Because a good officer died tonight, and I know you know who's behind it. And I'm not going to leave here until you tell me. And we could do it the easy way, or we could do it the hard way.
That's right.
It's going to be up to you. I know you're in this. I can smell it from a mile away. You're either the dumbest cop I ever met, or you're one of the most crooked. Which one is it?
I'm not going to say anything about it yet, but did Daggett know Candace?
No.
Okay.
Candace and Justin came in together.
Okay, so they were the later. Okay.
Yep. All right.
I'm flying to my personal agenda. I know that you know that, but I know this guy's guilty.
Right. I'm with you. If you would please make a manipulation roll, Justin.
Question: can Melissa make some kind of roll to see if this guy is lying?
You can in a moment. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Actually, you can go ahead and make one now. I'll give you one now. Um,
Manipulation.
Justin, you have a success. Would you like to push your roll? Or are you good with it as it stands?
I think I'm good.
Okay.
Because the beatings can always commence.
The beatings will continue until morale improves.
When you're not bluffing, you don't need to push your manipulation.
Right.
That's
I
true.
I agree with Andy. When you're not bluffing, you don't need to push. I should write that down.
All right, Candace, did you, or not Candace, I'm sorry, Melissa, did you roll observation?
No, rolling now.
Okay. Oh, roll, oh, wait a minute, hold on. I didn't think about this. I'm sorry, this is my fault. You guys can ditch your stress. Because you flew an hour out here. That's 6 turns. You wouldn't have any stress.
I think I got mine for pushing the roll. So
Yeah, you did. So we're fine there. We're fine there. So, and don't worry about that panic roll. So, Melissa, when he made the statement back to Johnny, I didn't not tell you anything. It just didn't ring true to you at all. It was. Maybe it's the stress of the situation. Maybe it's the fact he just got clocked with a shotgun in the face. Or maybe it's just the fact that people who tend to be defending themselves in a lie have a tendency to lie more vehemently, if that makes sense. And that's the way it rang to you. So, Justin, after you say what you say to him, he locks eyes with you for a moment. And then he just kind of looks down. And you see this man visibly kind of slump, and he looks down. He looks down at the the porch, the deck boards, and he kind of shakes his head. Says, "I grew up here. All I ever wanted to do was take care of this place, take care of the people, keep this safe, keep people safe. I know what you're here about. I don't know who it is, but it started up, I don't know, right at 10 years ago. The first one, the first one we found, it wasn't too far from here, actually. It was just maybe about 10 minutes, 20 minutes back towards town. This woman had been, she'd been nailed to the floor. She had these spikes through her hands and her feet. And she was found by a neighbor kid. And nothing like that ever happens here. Nothing like that ever happened here. And we didn't have any leads. We didn't know anything. We couldn't figure it out. It just then it happened.
You've been sweeping this under the rug for 10 years? Yeah, take the gun off him before I pull the fucking trigger.
He goes, you don't understand. I wasn't given a choice. It wasn't happening. He starts to look back down. He starts to cry. This man's breaking down. He's crumbling right in front of you.
We'll just let it happen.
Address him by first name. Wilson, whatever you're hiding here, it's spiraling out of control. If you want to protect people, you have to tell us something we can use. What do you know about Lennon? Lennon came walking in the station and shot an officer dead earlier today.
He goes, what?
He killed one of our deputies.
He He goes, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh God.
He was with two people we've never seen before. We've all seen the video now, right?
Yeah, you've all seen the video. Sure. Absolutely. Lennon, he came to the station about 5 years ago. He seemed to be a decent cop. I don't know. So these, I don't know how many there are, but you found the paintings, right?
I asked you about the paintings last time we were here.
Yeah. So you found the paintings, that monster, whatever it is. I found a painting at the second victim. And I found a third one. I found another one when the third victim was found. I was told to make it go away.
Told by who?
Told by whom?
By the colony manager, by Kurtz. He so me and Marlowe, quick out of game. Marlowe was the previous ME. Me and Marlowe, I don't know. Marlowe, Kurtz had something over Marlowe. I don't know what it was, but something from their past. So Marlowe was doctoring the ME reports, and I was told to sign off on it. We hit it all. It can't. It just. We were told to ignore it and make it go away.
No, Marlowe left, right? Marlowe's off colony.
No, Marlowe's dead.
Oh,
Marlowe died from a heart attack 3 weeks ago.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yep. I guess closer to 3.5 weeks at this point. Because it's now, Earth Standard Time. It's probably 2 a.m. Saturday. Yeah. It. Oh, sorry, I derailed my train of thought. But he's got tear streaks running down his face. He's looking up at you guys. He just looks from face to face. He goes, I didn't know anything about Lennon. I'm so sorry to hear about the officer. Was it?
Who's Kurt's talking to off-world? Who gives him his marching orders?
I don't know.
And who's the artist?
I don't know who that is too either. I think the artist is the killer, whoever's doing this. Because we found bodies at murder scenes, and when we did, we found the paintings. But sometimes we found victims just elsewhere. Sometimes we found them. We found one in an alley in the city. We found one out near the swamps. We found them elsewhere also. But when we found them indoors, we usually found a painting where they were killed. Sometimes, as the years went on, it seemed to change. The paintings we seemed to find the bodies with the paintings indoors more often. They were, and then they started to be actually, the bodies were actually crucified nailed to an actual cross.
What do you know about this church off of Highway 4?
I don't know anything about it. I was told not to look for it. Obviously,
you covered all this up because Kurtz asked you to. What has Kurtz got on you that he was able to get a colonial marshal to look the other way for 10 years while a serial killer just ripped his way through your town?
Seriously, you don't work for him?
The man's he's just got a way about him. It didn't start off like that. It didn't start off like that. It wasn't till sometime in that I realized that I was covering these things up. It had been going on for a while before finally it just there was no way to track whoever was doing this. And Kurt's he's got a way of people do what he says. It just and I couldn't. I'm just a country cop. This was so far out of my league.
Look over at Justin and say, well, it seems like you've got a way. People just kind of do what you say. Maybe it's time to go see Kurtz.
I think that's a real good idea.
We should probably take him with us.
Well, for right now, Daggett's under arrest for obstructing justice and obstructing an investigation at the minimum. So I'll place him under arrest.
Kurtz, he knows everything, I think. But more importantly, he knows you came to see me yesterday. And he knows you're here now.
How does he know we're here now?
I called him when I saw you coming in.
And you were just that guy's lapdog, aren't you? You disgust me, Daggett. You should have never been allowed to wear that badge. You're going to jail. Get up. I'll bounce him off a few walls on the way out.
All right.
Definitely keep a gun pointed at his head the whole time, too.
Okie dokie. So, they're counting Daggett. There are 5 of you. And you have 2 gyro cars. You've got one car that'll take 4 people, and then you've got his gyro car that'll take 2. So, who's splitting up and doing what? Who's going in which car?
No trunk we could put him in?
Well, your trunk's full of weapons and stuff, so...
Well, not his trunk, right?
Well, yeah, you could probably do that. Put him in his trunk.
So it seems like the most effective thing to do would be Melissa and Jake take a car and go back to the station. And then Justin, Johnny, and Daggett take a car and go try to get Kurtz at his office if we can catch him.
Okay.
But also, that would give us an opportunity for the other 2 to check the location on his PDT in case he hasn't ditched it yet.
Well, it'll take Candace and Jake. It'll take Candace and Jake about 2 hours, or not Candace. I'm sorry, Melissa and Jake about 2 hours to drive back to the station. If you guys are flying, you're there in an hour. So
that maybe we could just all head back to the station in the arrangements that Johnny was talking about, and we'll use the extra hour to book Daggett and get him in a cell,
okay,
and searched and all that shit, and maybe interviewed some more for little details while Jake and Candace show up. That way we can all go together as a party to confront the big bad.
That makes sense. That makes sense to me. All right, so yeah, all right, that works. So you guys get Daggett, like you said, you get him booked and in a cell. The man is Johnny, this is not the Daggett you remember. The Daggett you remember while he was at the end of his career and was probably a lot more relaxed than he was when he was younger, was always kind of a picture of strength, but also fairness. This guy's just a broken guy. He obviously cannot deal with what it is he has been complicit in, and the things that he's done.
I feel like Johnny is probably completely disgusted as somebody who's hung around and seen the change of the guard a couple of times and has been through a couple more or less police administrations. Like that, whatever image of strength he had in his head of this guy is completely demolished at this point.
Yeah, I would. That
was all a lie. He was standing tall on a murderous lie in Johnny's mind.
Right, I get that, and Paul and Robert. So Paul and Robert, which are 2 of the deputies, they're probably, when you guys come walking in, hauling Daggett in cuffs, probably still with a kind of a bloody face. They just can't believe it. They probably stand up and Robert's like, Marshall, what's going on? Paul's like, Wilson Daggett? What the, so they're all discombobulated over it, surely.
I'll make sure they understand.
Yeah, probably the first thing I'd say is like, let's just start with there were no fucking animal attacks. That's not what happened here.
This guy is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And if any of you derelict your duty by showing him any undue treatment, I'm bringing you up on charges. I don't care what your working relationship with this guy is. As far as I'm concerned, he's a felon, and he's going to stand trial.
Okay.
Is
I would
that
probably
understood?
elaborate on that if it helps. If I know these guys from before and basically explain, like, he's been risking our lives the entire time you've known him.
Yeah. Justin, make a manipulation roll and get a +1 die from Andy, from Johnny.
Run to the bathroom. I'll be back just a second.
Go ahead. Yeah, no problem. They just kind of look at each other, look back at you, and yes, Marshal. Not a problem, sir. So yeah, they're perfectly on board with that.
It's time to take out the trash, boys. On LV 289.
All right, and while you guys are waiting on Melissa and Jake to arrive, checking the monitors, Kurtz's PDT signal is not coming from Colonial Admin at this point. It is coming from his apartment.
Has he made any transmissions that our phone tap has detected?
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me 1 second. I'm sorry. Oh, please. Okay. Sorry. Phone call that I was concerned about for a moment. Absolutely. There's because you guys phone tap Daggett and Kurtz. So on Kurtz's terminal phone, which by the way is in his office, there was a phone call that was placed right at an hour ago that when Kurtz picked it up, which again proves the guy was a workaholic because he was still in his office at at roughly 2 a.m. Earth Standard Time. Daggett's voice came across and said, and he just simply said, "They're here." And Kurtz said, "They who?" Daggett said, "The marshals. They're back. They're dropping in my front yard right now." He goes, "This isn't good." And Kurtz just says, "Daggett, don't tell them anything. They don't know anything. It's fine. Just don't worry about it."
We could still have a shot here.
Yeah, and Daggett says, "I gotta go," and he hangs up. So, that was about an hour ago.
Andy Marty said that he was pinging, his PDT was pinging from his apartment, not from admin. So he's
Okay.
at home. Well, let's instruct Kurt that if there's any communication at all coming from Kurt, that he needs to call us right away.
Okay. All right. Very good.
And when Jake and Candace arrive, I guess it's time to go.
Yep. Jake and Melissa.
I'm sorry, Melissa.
Well, we have Melissa's picture and Candace's name, and then lay Bob underneath. So, Bob and Jake, anything, or I should say Melissa and Jake, anything you two want to discuss in your extra hour car ride? You guys are just driving back.
No, I think I know for me, since I am now police adjacent, I'm just trying to process all this.
All right. All right.
You're going to have a hell of a story, Jake.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. Uploading furiously.
With the full cooperation of this marshal's office.
What was that, Melissa?
No, I'm just doing the same, hitting back, nothing specific.
All right. All right. So, all right. So they pull up. You guys are all together. Kurtz is. By the time they arrive, Kurtz is still in his. Apartment. So, and his apartment's not far away. It's it's just maybe a mile through the city. It's not far.
What's the plan here, Marshal? We
Well,
just
what's it look like?
gonna arrest him right on the spot.
That might be the safest choice. You know what I mean? Let's hope he's not expecting us. What is the environment here of where he lives? Is this an apartment building? Is it what are we dealing with?
It's probably one of the more upper end apartment buildings. It's you know, it might even be a more of a townhouse complex type thing here in the city. You know, it nice area, clean area nearby.
All right, so maybe we drive up this time.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't fly. It's definitely a driving thing. It'd be more trouble to take off and land than it would be just to drive there.
And to be clear, this being a nicer part of town where people with a little bit of money and clout still hang around, it's probably populated, right? There's gonna be people around here. It's not quite as desolate as the way the rest of the colony's spread out.
That is probably a true statement. Of course, it is 2 in the morning Earth Standard Time, so a number of people, even though it's daylight, might be asleep, if that makes sense. But yeah.
All right, so maybe we do the standard cop thing where half of us go around back, half of us go, through the front door, in case this guy gets squirrely. He knows we're coming for him. I mean, he might be arrogant enough to think that we didn't get anything out of Daggett, but he's
got to know we have questions.
Yeah, maybe he thinks he could bluff his way out, but just in case he bolts, we need to be ready.
I mean, it might just be a PDT chip again, too. We don't know.
That's true. That's very true. So let's do this. Let's have, I guess, Melissa will come with the marshal, and Johnny will take Jake, and they'll go around the back. And when they radio that they're in position, we'll head up.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. So yeah, you guys are all set up. So what do you want to do? How do you want to do this?
Well, I don't know what else to do than open up, knock. Not standing in the door, the whole stand off to the side thing, pound on the door.
All right.
This is Marshal Averom. Official business. Open up.
All right. Marshal, make an observation roll.
Can you get any help?
Well, I'll let anybody make an observation roll. This is not a help situation, but you can all roll if you like.
Okay.
I freaked out.
Oh, you shouldn't have
Very
freaked
scary.
out. Yeah, ditch your panic. Ignore the panic.
My luck for Monday is holding up.
Yeah. Wow. Melissa Johnson
Melissa.
with the 4 successes. Holy.
Nailed it.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. So as you pound on the door, and I imagine Jake and Melissa. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Who's around back? I got my wires crossed.
I'm with Johnny.
You're with Johnny
and Jake
around
went
back.
and
And Melissa's up
Melissa.
front with Justin. Yep. Okay, all right, perfect. Sorry, like I said, I got my wires crossed a second. So everyone can, maybe not Johnny, but everybody else either sees or hears Justin pounding on the door, and it's quiet for a moment, and then those of you with successes heard some movement inside. Like I said, it's kind of a single level condo type thing with an adjacent condo right next door to it, probably sharing a firewall or something along those lines. So you hear a little bit of movement inside.
I'll just make sure Justin knows that something moved inside.
Same with Johnny.
Okay.
Stand behind him with a shotgun ready.
All right.
So he doesn't open the door.
No.
All right, try the knob.
Okay. Just as you put your hand on the knob, you hear the locks being thrown back, and the knob turns, and the door's like pulled in, like right out of your hand, and then you see Kurtz. You recognize him from his profile to be sure, but if you want to see a picture of Mr. Kurtz, I'll pull it up for you.
Hell yeah, I do.
Oh, what the heck? There we go. There's Mr. Kurtz. He is still dressed for work. He is wearing a suit
Exactly like what I thought he looked like.
He's wearing a suit, a very nice suit. It's well tailored. Still wearing a shirt and tie. His tie is still cinched up tight, like most guys wearing a shirt and tie. The moment they're off the clock, they release the tie. This guy is still dressed to the nines. He kind of looks at you. He squints a little bit and says, "Marshal, it is 2 a.m. Is there a reason you are pounding on my door?"
I will put the barrel of my shotgun in his face and say, "Get on the ground! Get on the ground now!"
He says, "Whoa, whoa! All right,
I'll back that up with a gun out.
all right, Marshal, make a manipulation roll. Make a manipulation roll, and I'll give you a +1 for all the guns." Would you like to push the roll, sir?
Sorry, I thought I was talking to you.
Oh.
I said, hell yeah, I'd like to.
2 successes. All right. He throws his hands up. He's like, "Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, Marshal, calm down. Wait a minute. What's going on here?" All right. He starts to get down on the ground. He's still holding his hands up. Just, what's this about? What's going on?
Yeah, I'll make sure to roll him onto his stomach
All right.
and cuff him.
Okay.
And get on the radio and tell Johnny to search.
Oh, I thought we had kind of met together in the.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then
Yeah,
I won't
that's
use the radio. I'll say, "Johnny, could you search this place?"
Yeah, I'll start looking around.
Hey, he kind of calls out, "Why this is my private residence. What's going on here?"
You're under arrest.
Under arrest for what?
Here I have to defer, or at least think about it a little bit. What could I, not being a cop, what could he, conspiracy.
Yeah,
Conspiracy and obstruction to start.
Yeah, conspiracy to
Commit murder? Or
I don't know if it's commit murder or I don't know. I'm not a cop. But,
I would start with the obstruction because we have him on tape. We got him on the wire talking. Well, we have him for both conspiracy and obstruction because we got him on the wire talking with an accomplice about obstructing the investigation.
Yeah, so I'll tell him you're under arrest for conspiracy and obstruction, and anything else I can possibly think of.
Anything else I can possibly think of? I like that. Who's so Johnny's searching? Is anybody else searching with Johnny?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yes, that is.
All right.
Probably better to do it with if Jake rolls and I help.
Okay, so whoever has the highest observation, who is the highest observation? I know Melissa's pretty high, and I think Jake's pretty high.
Yeah, I got observation for me is, oh my God, why can't I? 5. Oh no, well, more than that, 8, I think. Yeah.
3 + 5, 8.
Yeah.
Melissa, what is Melissa?
7.
A 7. So why don't Jake roll and gain 2 bonus dice from Johnny and Melissa?
Got it. Oh,
I gotta be
kidding me.
Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
It was that light beer that I had.
Yeah.
Would you like to push the roll?
Absolutely.
All that booze and robbed you of your wits.
Jim, the dice hate you right now. What?
Yeah, they do. So no bonuses on the push?
Just add your point of stress and then still the +2 from the help.
Okay. Watch this. I'll probably get like 2 facehuggers.
All right, 2 successes.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys searching this place, and that's going to take a few minutes, obviously. So, I'll come back to Justin and his conversation with Kurtz. The condo's not really big. There's now I say not really large, but compared to the average colony apartment, it's a pretty big place. It actually has like a living area / office. It has a separate kitchen. It actually has a separate bathroom, and not just one stall where you have to shower and piss at the same time, but like an actual shower and a toilet and a sink. I mean, it's probably a whopping 1,000 square feet, which is gigantic in colonial terms. Very well equipped. Very instead of the standard, sofa and bunk that's built into the wall type thing. It actually has furniture, and it might even be leather. It's very overall, it's very expensively decorated, all things considered. But what you're really picking up as you look around is it looks like hardly anybody lives here. Okay. Um, there's not now it's very clean at the same time, but there's nothing out of place. There's also almost no personal effects whatsoever. So this guy just has no personal relationships, or he's a cold-hearted bastard, or all three, who knows. When you get to the back room of the condo where his bedroom is, he's got a very nice and expensive real wood dresser that the drawers are like haphazardly pulled half out and hanging and everything. Some are empty. Some still have some articles of clothing. There's his closet. He's kind of got like a bifold set of doors that has a closet area. That is mostly empty with a few hangers in it. There's several very expensive suits like laid out on the bed with like a piece of plastic on them, like you would get after you dry clean your suit type of thing. And there's a couple of large suitcases on the bed that are open that it looks like he's been filling up with clothing.
Leaving somewhere, isn't he?
Sure looks like it.
All right. So back to Justin. So Justin, you told him that he's under arrest for conspiracy, obstruction, and anything else you can come up with. He says, "This is absolutely ridiculous. I'm a Weyland-Yutani employee. I'm the colony manager. Your claims are completely baseless."
No, well, we got you on tape talking to the marshal that we just arrested about conspiring to cover up a serial killer for the last 10 years. So good luck with that one there, manager. Weyland-Yutani's not going to save you from that.
You don't have anything. You don't have anything because I haven't done anything.
We had you in cuffs, in case you haven't noticed.
Yeah, well, we're going to talk about that. I'm going to when you give me my phone call, I'm going to call Weyland-Yutani, and we're going to sort this out really quickly.
You do realize we don't take orders from Weyland-Yutani, right?
Well, without Weyland-Yutani, this colony doesn't exist, so we'll see about that.
Probably just look over at Justin and what do you want to do here? He was getting ready to leave.
Oh, yeah?
He was packing his bags in the back room. Jake just found the suitcases.
I'm going to escort him to the back room.
All right.
Take a look at what Johnny's describing. It looks like you were about to take a vacation, huh? Going somewhere?
Make a manipulation roll, Marshall. Would you like to push your roll?
I think I might, but I'm not usually, I would never usually like do this, but based on what it says on my character sheet here, I have a feeling that Justin might be close to an edge. You know what I mean?
I do.
He lost his best friend, who saw him through this big, huge, horrible trauma that happened, and he knows that Kurtz is guilty, and Kurtz is trying to get out of it and might just do it, which is like almost directly what you've written on this character sheet. So I'm trying to think what would be, Justin's response. All right, we'll go, before we do anything drastic, we'll push the manipulation, but I feel like his level 2 stress is very real.
Okay.
So he might do something. Let's see what happens.
A success
All
and
right.
a face hugger. Roll your face hugger, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so
This is a case of the dice mimicking the role-playing content. You know what I mean?
it
Like, it's
really
kinda
is. And it's amazing how often that happens in this game, too. It's almost like the dice tell the story. All right, so you're holding it together. You had a success. I made a secret roll because whenever you roll manipulation, it tends to be an opposed roll. And I'll just tell you that Mr. Kurtz has a lot of dice and had not a single success.
Wow. The dice are telling the story.
They are. Kurtz, so after yeah. Kurtz, when confronted with the simple fact that he was packing his bags, and it seems like all of a sudden he's at a loss for a way to explain that. He says, you gotta let me go. It's too late. We gotta get out of here, all of us.
Just what do you mean by that?
You don't understand. So look, you talked to Daggett. What'd you do? Did you arrest him? What'd he tell you?
You don't need to know that.
All right, fine. You know what? Fine. Look, there's been someone on this planet for years. They've been killing people. And we've been covering it up. I was told to cover it up. Okay.
Told by who?
I don't know.
Bullshit.
No, I don't know. You get into my terminal, hack my terminal, and you'll see. I've been communicating with somebody up in Weyland-Yutani. I think it's someone on the VP level. I don't know who it is, but I was told to let this person do whatever it is they do. Okay. I was told to do that, and they made it well worth my while. And the former Charles Marlowe, he was a friend of mine. We were friends a long time ago. I had to hold something over his head to cover it up, but and the marshal just fell in line. He's a weak-willed man. He just fell in line, and I knew he would. But we have to leave now, because when Daggett called me yesterday when you guys went and saw it. Well, I guess at this point that's almost 2 days ago. Daggett called me yesterday when you guys went to see him. Okay, and he when he called me, I sent a message to whoever it is that's my benefactor, whoever's been paying me. Okay, and I got a message back from them. There's a package incoming. It's bad. We all have to get out of here.
Package like hired guns? What is that supposed to mean?
I don't know. I just know that the package is coming. The package has come. If it's not here already, it's going to be here any minute, and we need to be on that ship before it leaves. It's a G-class shuttle. They're bringing a couple things. And I just know there's a package being delivered to whoever's been doing all this. And if we're here when that package gets opened, it's bad. We got to get out of here.
Well, what the fuck about the rest of the citizens on this?
Fuck the
What are you
citizens.
even
This
talking
colony's
about?
going to shit anyway. Look,
Hell,
look, guys.
God, I wish I had my tape recorder.
It's okay, you have forsworn affidavits.
Yeah.
Wait, look, whoever it is, check my bank accounts, okay? They've been paying me a huge amount of money to keep this secret. I can pass this on to you guys. You guys can get paid. You can retire somewhere. You can retire back on Earth in a high-rise away from the
We
slums.
don't believe that you don't know who the guy is. No one here wants your fucking blood money.
I don't know who it is.
I'll take this moment to ask Jake if he can get on the data terminal.
Interestingly enough, there is no terminal you would have noticed this when you looked around. There's no actual terminal in Kurtz's office, or Kurtz's apartment. Or
Okay, so when he said look at the data terminal, he meant like
at his office, probably, yeah.
All right.
But no, he says, I don't know who it is. I don't. It's got to be someone at a VP level, I think, but I don't know.
Who's the guy doing the killing?
I don't know his name, but I believe it's the son of whoever at Wayland Yutani's been paying me to keep this quiet.
He says, I'm sorry, out of character. He thinks it's the son.
He thinks it's the son of whoever higher up in Wayland Yutani's paying him.
Okay, so then in character, I'll say, what makes you think that?
It just the way the early communication started. Once it was clear that if I kept this all quiet, and nothing really got out, that it would benefit me, and I deserve it. I've served this company forever, but neither here nor there. Just some of the communications back and forth. Whoever it is I've been dealing with, at one point he slipped and he said my son. The problem is I don't know who he is, so I don't know who the son is.
You don't have a name?
I don't have a name. It's all come from an anonymous address. I tried once to dig into it to figure out who it was, and whoever it was is better than me at tech stuff, and I'm pretty good.
All right, well, the way I see it, you got one chance to help yourself here. We're going to drive to your office right now, and you're going to cough up every correspondence you ever had, every bank statement you ever received, any and all evidence tying you to this thing, and if you cooperate and you're forthcoming, it'll be duly noted. Otherwise, you're going to book it.
You just don't understand. We need to leave. This it doesn't make any sense. We need to get out of here because this is going to get bad.
It sounds to me like what we need to do is track the package and find the culprit.
There's not going to be any tracking information. It's not a FedEx envelope. Do they have FedEx in Alien? I don't know.
No, but it seems like with as desolate as the place is, radar or something else, we'd be able to see a ship coming in.
All right, let's get back to my. Okay, fine. We'll go back to my office. We'll from there we can check the spaceport files. We can see if the ship has landed yet. If it hasn't, whatever. But okay. All right, fine.
I'm going to look over at Justin and say, look at this guy, still trying to buy himself time and space.
I think he's the one who doesn't understand what's going on here.
Well, that's cool. They'll surround you. And,
so we'll get him up. Go back to the car. Let's give a call to HQ.
Okay.
They've got a total of four deputies there.
Yeah,
So,
because Hetfield's probably at the hospital, right? Recovering from a concussion, I imagine.
Right. Or worse. So I'll have Kurt lock down the station.
Okay.
And we'll have George meet us at the admin building.
All right.
So he can keep two deputies with him there, and the station's locked down.
Okay.
We're going to direct him to not let anybody in unless they're accompanied by one of the four of us.
Okay. All right.
And we'll tell him what to expect. There's a package incoming, which could be a euphemism for a hit squad. I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean.
All right.
So, this is the highest level of alert that we have.
Yeah, Kirk says you got it, Marshall. I'll get George and Robert over to meet you at admin. Paul and I'll stay here. Everything's on lockdown. You got it.
Okay.
Jim,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Melissa wants to start pouring through medical records and see if anything is restricted or anybody has a name that is familiar with Wayland Yutani or with similar to the execs or any kind of, strange, out of place things that could indicate that somebody tampered with something, or we're not allowed to see that, maybe the son's records are restricted or something like that.
Okay. All right. So, do you want to do that? Obviously, you need a terminal to do that. Did you want to do that back at your office at St. Francis, or did you want to do it from a terminal at Colonial Admin where everybody's going?
I will tag with everybody if I can have the access from there.
Okay, yeah, I would say that there's probably I mean, it's the admin building, right, for the whole colony. So I'm sure there's a terminal somewhere that you can get. So you guys march into admin with Kurtz in cuffs behind his back. Is that it?
Yeah, I'll be right back in 1 minute.
Go ahead. Go ahead. All right. So Melissa, make a Comtech roll. We'll let you handle that while Sharif is doing what he needs to do. Oh, that didn't work out. Do you want to push the roll? Oh, a success. On the stress die, no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, you're not entirely sure what you're looking for. Wayland Yutani employees have certainly come and gone on this colony over, and I imagine you're kind of looking at the last 10 years. Obviously, anyone who's left the colony is probably not a suspect because. You know, they're not here, obviously, but there's a number of Wayland Yutani employees still on the planet, which actually you're technically a Wayu employee as well. But in terms of people with relations to someone who might be a higher up, you seem to be striking out on that. It doesn't, you know, certainly some of these people have family members or other relations that also work with the company, but most of those also are on planet as well, on the colony as well. So you're not really coming up with much that seems like a link.
Cool. Gotcha.
All right. So you guys march Kurtz in, and we're probably pushing, getting close to 2:30 or 3 a.m. Earth Standard Time. So there's probably only like 2 people working in admin at this point, and you know they're barely working. One's probably got his feet up on the desk snoozing, while the other's playing Pong or something, right? Yeah, Kurtz's office. As you're walking in, they kind of the 2 people that are there. The one guy kind of looks up, and he's got a wide-eyed look. You know, you've got a marshal and a couple of officers, and then you've got the colony manager in handcuffs. Kurtz says, "My office is right over there. You're going to need to free my hand. I got to get us in. I got to get us in the terminal. You got to uncuff me."
No.
So how am I going to unlock everything with my hands behind my back?
What do you need your hands for? I don't understand.
Password and biometrics?
You're going to tell us your password and biometrics?
Yeah, and we're going to do something real uncomfortable to get your handprint on that scanner.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
You ever heard the word Kimura before?
Yeah, we're going to put you in a Kimura and lift you 3 feet off the ground, and we'll get it done.
Wow, he gets a little wide-eyed.
He has no sense of the proportion of what he copped to here.
Or how close to making you like suffer you are, you know. Like this guy thinks it's all just a deal.
All right, just there's no need for that. All right, come on, let's. So they walk over to, you guys walk over to his door. I guess while Melissa's probably looking up what she was looking up on the computer, and there's there's the standard like 10-digit keypad, right? That's glowing red. Sharif, you there? You there?
I'm here.
Okay, all right. Lost you for a minute. So there's the 10-digit keypad glowing red, and he says, all right, the passcode. I don't need biometrics for the door. The passcode is 1, 2, 3, 4,
Love it.
5.
Love it.
You punch that in, and you know, of course, it beeps and the lights turn green, and the door opens up. All right, you walk inside, and he kind of says, "No one would ever come up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5." It's the same passcode on my luggage. All right, the computer, he just to kind of cut through it a little bit, he gives you the password to the computer. It does have a handprint scanner. He turns around, he goes, I can't quite get to it, I can't see it. Ow, 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 what? Ow, come on, it's not just, okay, all right. And you get his hand on there, and it kind of scans up and down, and the screen unlocks, and a calm voice says, "Welcome back to work, Mr. Kurtz. It has been 1 hour and 7 minutes since you were last here." And so you've got his terminal. It's right there unlocked.
All right, who's got the highest comtech?
I think I have a pretty good one.
I think it's Jake, since
Yeah, I imagine
Candace
Jake's must be really high.
got popped.
Yeah, I've got a 7 on that.
You're the man, Jake.
All right, do we
And
do
this guy's going to cooperate with you, right?
any bonuses?
I'll give you a bonus die for help. What exactly are we looking for?
Everything. I mean, for one thing, Jake, we need a copy of everything for the investigation.
Okay.
And Jake was promised a copy of everything for his expose.
Yeah.
We also need to get physical copies of stuff anyway, because whatever this package is that's arriving, they might have the ability to, burn, all evidence. So we want to make sure to get physical copies. So what we're looking for is this guy's correspondence with that mystery off-world VP person.
Yep.
From the start. That's number one.
Yep.
Any finances related to that are further proof that we're going to need that he's been paid off to do this. I also want any correspondences with Daggett, any correspondences with Marlowe, and then we're open it up a little bit from there. Whoops, I don't know if you can see me. Roll20 is acting really weird.
You just came back.
Yep.
I never lost you. It was weird. I never lost you.
It's like a massive hiccup. I don't know if it's me or what, but every 30 seconds I get like a 10-second hiccup. So
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so anything else? I mean, I don't want to spend like 8 hours here right now.
Right.
But, anything
Can
else?
I just interject, and maybe we can start the search in reverse, so that if anything about the ship and its package comes up first, so that we.
I think that's a great idea, because there is a time-sensitive component, and we definitely want to keep on guard while this is happening. So we want to watch our back, and if there's a way of monitoring, spaceport activity or something like that, I think maybe we need to tie in with Kurt back at the station and ask him if there's a way of monitoring ship movements. We need to know if something lands immediately.
So
I
go
wonder if we
ahead
should
and
meet them on the tarmac, so to speak.
yeah, Melissa. So Melissa finishes up her little search and enters the office, and Jake, you can go ahead and make your comtech roll.
All right, here we go.
Two successes. All right, so you have a stunt. +1 to a future comtech roll. Cover your tracks. New or unexpected information.
New or unexpected information.
Okay. So, starting the search in reverse, as you put it, a G-class shuttle known as USCSS Graceful Flyer actually landed at the spaceport 2 hours ago and unloaded a small amount of cargo. It is expected to lift off in 4 hours. The new and unexpected information is that that one piece of cargo, a cryostasis box, as the definition, 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter, was signed for by somebody about 1 hour ago. None of the other cargo that was unloaded, and a G-class shuttle is not very big, so it doesn't carry very much cargo, maybe 5,000 kilos tops. It's not a It's not a big cargo bay. It's more kind of a runner than it is a cargo ship. But none of the other cargo has been signed for except for whatever cargo was taken by whatever passengers were on that ship. But that's your new and unexpected information.
You got a name on the recipient?
David. And it wasn't signed for with a last name, just David. And as far as the other information you're looking for, obviously it's a question of how long you want to look through all this. But Kurtz shows you his. He's never had direct phone contact with this individual higher up at Weyland-Yutani. Or he assumes to be higher up in Weyland-Yutani. It's just all been basically via network message. And he shows you the address, which allows you very quickly to track down all those communications. And they do. They go back almost exactly 10 years ago. And it's really a question of how much, because there's quite a few of them, even though in more recent years they've been few and far between. There's still a lot of them, so it's a question of how much you want to read. The net effect is it looks like he was actually informed that there was going to possibly be maybe a series of murders before it even happened.
Kurtz was told that there might be.
Correct. And told that the murders would be of would have possibly a symbolic or religious nature about them. But as the communications, just doing a quick skim, as the communications go on, because it would take you some time to weed through all of it, it's quite obvious that an arrangement was made to pay him large sums of money to keep everything quiet, to make sure that the current colonial marshal, as well as the ME, which should be easy because he has a past with the ME, not Melissa, but Charles Marlowe, the dead guy, to keep everything under wraps and just let things do what they're going to do. There is a communication a few weeks back, right after the death of Charles Marlowe, indicating that Kurtz was concerned about the new medical examiner, how he was going to keep the new ME under wraps like Charles Marlowe, and also with the concern of the retirement of Daggett, that with Marlowe's death and Daggett's retirement, that with a new medical examiner and with a new marshal, all this may very well come out, and he's not sure how he's going to be able to keep it quiet. And the answer he got was, if it can't stay under wraps, it's going to get taken care of. That a package is going to be sent, and when that happens, he needs to leave right away, because the whole colony is going to die. That's how they'll keep it quiet, is by wiping out the colony.
So it looks like it was a trigger that once information came out, the package is sent.
That's kind of the way you would read it, yeah.
Yeah.
As a medical, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying we just found out about this before us, because 2 days isn't enough transit time for the package, right?
Not sure. Depends on how
I
far
suppose
away it's coming from.
is. You're right, and they might be staged. Well, holy shit! We need to stop that package, I think, before anything else.
As a medical professional, as a doctor, to Melissa, what does a 1 by 1 by 1 meter stasis pod suggest? Because that doesn't seem like the kind of thing that a body would be shipped in, or a person. What does it mean?
Well, it could be literally anything, but if they're talking about
Like a virus? Is this a virus?
it could be, I suppose, it could be a small tactical nuke. It could be biological. It could be viral. Anything that would spread fast and kill, this whole colony.
Is there an SOP for the marshals in the event of a mass casualty, like mass terrorist attack kind of thing. Like, is there backup available? Is it just literally
I would imagine it would be to report in immediately to the Colonial Marshal's admin office back on Earth via the network and relay everything with the unfortunate expectation that that for help to come, would probably come from the Colonial Marshals would probably have to jump on board a Navy ship or even a USCMC ship, and the fastest ships would take 2 days to cross a parsec. So you're probably 4 to 6 days away from help being available. And
is there an SOP for like how and when to warn the civilian population to stay indoors, or?
You know what? That's a really good question. Something that I don't know that I anticipated. My gut reaction would be that in the instance of imminent danger and proof of imminent danger, then yeah, you could absolutely put out a message across the colony that would hit every terminal. There's probably, in most of the urban areas, there's probably speakers built in, that type of thing, not all of which may work on this colony at this point, but there would certainly be a way to send out a mass message calling for everyone to stay indoors, lock their doors, that type of thing. Absolutely.
There'll probably be some form of civil defense system set up.
Absolutely. I think that's a very fair statement.
And this might be for Melissa too. What's our preparedness in the case of like a viral biological agent being released? Do we have, necessary protective equipment, or like are we just basically acting?
Melissa, to give you the answer to that, because it's something your character would know. The answer is very minimal at this point. St. Francis Medical Center at its height was capable of having, at its height had 440 ICU beds and was capable of treating thousands of people in a triage situation. Unfortunately, St. Francis Medical Center is not at its height at this point, so you guys are not equipped for a massive viral outbreak. Do you have access to personal safety equipment like hazmat suits? Yeah, you probably have access to that stuff.
Because this colony is so run down, we've got no preparedness. We've got enough staff in the hospital to take care of day-to-day things, but any outbreak will swamp us immediately. We've got hazmat suits maybe for 10, 15 people max, and that's just basically staff. We could use them in a pinch if you want to, Marshal. But that's basically it. And not to presume too much, but it might be worthwhile to officially ground the shuttle and get some marshals or deputies out there and see who starts to worry. Because if somebody's son is here and they know that the colony is going to be destroyed, they might make sure that they're on the shuttle. And if we
actual straight up and down,
officially ground that, then they might start to stress, or even somebody higher up might start to stress and start to contact codes.
Yeah, I think. All right, so I think what we need is an official position here. We're going to say that there was a potential biological or viral contaminant that came in at the spaceport, and so we're going to quarantine all vessels for now. We're going to quarantine the spaceport so nobody's getting off world or onto it, and we're going to use the civil address system to let people know that for the next 12 hours at least, we want everybody to stay inside, not to go out into public areas, and maintain isolation until we can get down to the bottom of it. We'll have Melissa notify the hospital. using the same cover story, and let the hospital know, to up their whatever their protocols are for mass casualty. We'll let Kurt and the boys know that this might be, a big to do. That we're proceeding to the spaceport, and that they're to immediately contact Colonial Administration off-world. Let them know that we've enacted a quarantine policy, that we think there's a credible, viable threat to the colony from off-world. Here's why we think that. Here's who's involved. And we are responding and investigating as we speak, but we need them to step up the message. The request for aid that we sent out, was it this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to need way more help than just what we have right now. And I think we'll cuff Kurtz to the inside of the vehicle for now. We don't have time to go back to the station, and we'll proceed by air car to the spaceport.
Okay. Kurtz, as you're putting all that out there before you guys actually leave, Kurtz, he's just kind of shaking his head, and he kind of starts to chuckle. He gets this smile on his face. He says, "You people just don't get it, do you? You don't. We need to leave. We need to get on that shuttle and go."
What is it you're not telling us?
Kurtz, if you know something, you need
Just
to
spit
speak
it out.
plainly, because you're one of us now. You're not getting off world. So if you know what's coming, you need to tell us, because you're just in the same danger as everybody else.
Do you know what happens to a colony or a station that has some sort of mass biological outbreak? Have you ever heard of for a station that just a few months ago, the USCMC, there was some sort of outbreak. The USCMC nuked it. That's what they do with these outbreaks. There were some that swept through the frontier years ago, and most of those colonies got nuked off the face of their planets. We need to go.
So you know this is a biological attack.
I don't know that it's a biological attack. As far as I know, there could be a nuke in that box that we need to find. Or it could be a biological attack. If it's a nuke, we're all dead if we're on planet. And if it's a biological attack, if we stay on planet, we're either all going to die from that, or we're going to die from a nuke from the USCMC. Either way, we need to be out of here.
Well, the sooner you help us find it, the sooner we can prevent it.
I don't know where it is. You see yourself, it got picked up an hour ago. It's not at the spaceport anymore. I don't know where it is. I don't know who David is.
And maybe we need to go ask the crew who picked up that box.
Yeah, I think our next lead's at the Space Force somewhere. I don't know what else to do. I mean, if this guy really doesn't know, which it sounds like he doesn't, because he's not getting off planet. So he has, he only cares about his own skin, obviously. So if he knows he's not getting off planet, I feel like his motivation isn't helping us. And if he knew, I think he would tell us.
Kurtz, I promise you that if we get off of this planet, you're going to be famous.
Well, that's something. Tell you what.
Infamous.
Infamous. Well, sometimes, the only thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about.
Said a dead guy a long time ago.
I think it was actually Thomas Edison. I think it was Thomas Edison who said that. He was being interviewed about. I think it was being interviewed about someone accusing him of basically stealing the light bulb, and his response was, "The only thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about." The idea that all publicity is good publicity. We had a president that ran on that whole concept. Anyway, sorry, not going to get into politics. All right. You know what? You said that to Kurtz, and he kind of looks at you and says, "Famous, huh?" Sounds like book deals and lecture circuits to me.
Sounds like a long time in a prison.
Well, I think guys like me tend to find a way to make a deal.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't make it off this planet.
Oh, wow. All right. So you guys are going to head down to the spaceport. That's the call?
Melissa would try and find some place to get some Geiger counters or something as well. You know,
Okay.
in case this is.
Yeah, I would say that there's probably a. All right, I would say you could probably find that at the medical center. I'm sure that type of equipment is there somewhere. So are you going to the medical center while they go to the spaceport? Is that the idea? Or
Yeah, I think I'll just quickly go pick it up
okay,
and a few hazard suits and anything I need for viral, antiviral, or to search for viral.
okay, yeah. That would be.
Let's not have her go by herself, though. She can go with George, so she's got backup.
Okay.
Remember that Jim Lennon character still out there somewhere.
I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Okay. Well, Melissa, were you just basically saying to everybody else, hold on a second, let me grab this stuff, and then we'll go? Or were you actually just going to split up?
I'll tell them. I'm very much out of my depths here, so I'll make sure that the marshal knows exactly what I'm thinking and what I want to do.
Okay. I'm just trying to get an idea if you guys are actually going separate ways with it, or if you're just all going to do that, then go do this type thing.
It depends how quickly we can get it done.
She would know exactly where to go. Medical center's literally right across the street from admin. So
then we'll just go with her.
Yeah, I mean it's a matter of probably 10 minutes. So I would say what you're looking for is what the game describes as a CBRN detection kit, which is a one encumbrance item. So you can absolutely pick that up if you like. And you're at the medical center, so anything additional you wanted to pick up that's medically oriented should be no problem whatsoever. So that's fine. And then you guys head down to the spaceport, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So approaching the spaceport, the spaceport's on the edge of the city, and the city thins a little bit right as you get to it because it's a large. You've been there before, just a couple days ago. Large, sprawling complex, big parking lot out front, which is mostly empty, and there's a number of outbuildings and landing pads. One of the landing pads you do see a shuttle class ship on one of those landing pads. So yeah, it's a question of what exactly you want to do here, who you want to try to talk to.
Well, we need to talk. We need to make sure that the quarantine orders are being, implemented.
Okay.
That no ships can land and none can take off. So, at some point we should talk with whoever the director is of the spaceport. But mostly I want to head for that ship.
Okay.
Maybe they have a manifest. Maybe they know something about what they were carrying or who it was intended for.
Fair enough. The spaceport supervisor, just to make it quick, the spaceport supervisor, a balding guy in his early 40s that looks like he drinks too much coffee and smokes way too many cigarettes. He's all afluster. What's going on? What's this all about? Type thing. Yes, we're following protocol. You said ground all ships. They're. I mean that shuttle's due to take off in a few hours, but we've told them they're grounded for now. What information can I provide? He said I can get you the manifest of what we unloaded from them if you like. It's not a problem. Hold on a minute, and he starts punching on a terminal. And he brings up a pixelated screen, which is a list of stuff. He goes, of course, Graceful Flyer is they're a Weyland-Yutani ship, so everything here is Weyland-Yutani. There's basic office supplies. He's looking through, tabbing through. There's boxes of office supplies destined for colonial admin. There's medical supplies for the medical center. All of it's pretty normal. There's personal packages, a number of those to different people. I guess mailing stuff from home. I don't know.
We're looking for a cryopod, stasis pod, 1 by 1 by 1 in measurements.
Oh yeah, here it is, right here. Single stasis cryopod. Uh, it just had directions to be unloaded at the spaceport, and that it would be picked up. It's been signed for. It's a little hard to read. I don't see a last name unless David is the last name. But he had the authorization code to pick it up, whoever it is.
Did anybody see this guy? Is he caught on camera? I need to know what he looks like.
He goes, all right, hold on. Let's and he stands up and he walks over to the security computers, and he starts to punch some things up. He goes, pickup time was 1:01 a.m. Earth Standard. Hold on. We do have a camera at the pickup desk. Let me see if I can get you who signed for it. Give me 1 second. Why didn't it drag over? There it goes. It's a picture of a man. He's got long hair, pulled back in a ponytail. He's wearing glasses. Wearing just colony standard clothing. Nothing jumps out at you. Just at a glance, that's what he looks like.
Can you do a printout of that?
Sure. Bzz, 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 bzz. Because they don't have inkjets and laser jets in Alien. It's all dot matrix, old school.
Does the manifest have any special handling instructions for the stasis pod?
No, it just simply says handle with care, do not break seal.
All right, and can he? I don't know the rules of like spaceports, but can he detain that crew, or do we need to do it? Because I don't want the ship lifting off.
He said, "Well, they're grounded at the moment. Everyone's on quarantine as per what you sent out. So we can I can get security to hold them in the building if you're worried about them leaving."
Yeah, they've got to stay. I mean, chances are they're innocent, just like the rest of everybody. But
Yeah, I think there's only according to the ship manifest, it's only a 2-man crew.
Okay. I'll thank this guy profusely for his help. In the meantime, maybe Melissa could use the CBRN detection device near the offloading area, see if there's any residual radiation or evidence of what we might be dealing with.
Absolutely.
And if she wants to check that out with, let's say, with George, I'll take the picture of David to Kurtz. See what he has to say.
All right. Give me 1 second, because I don't have immediately handle the rules on the handy the rules on the CBRN kit, so I just need to pull that up really quickly.
I just thought of something else. Jake's got that really sweet I know a guy ability. Maybe he recognizes this picture or knows a guy who recognizes this picture. What do you think, Jake?
Say again, there was some crosstalk here.
You have that really cool I know a guy ability. Maybe your guy knows who this is. So maybe while we're interrogating Kurtz to see if he knows who this is, you might have a source who might be able to pinpoint this character.
Yeah, I might know a guy that would know a guy like this. Could exercise that muscle today, yeah.
All right. Where the heck is the CBRN kit? Man. All right. Well, I'm just going to make a judgment call that the CBRN kit. Um, oh, you know what? I know what it is. It's a to detect anything. It's a survival roll with the kit of a +2. So Melissa can roll survival with a +2 bonus to see if she detects anything. Meanwhile, interrogating Kurtz. I'm going to. Oh, a face hugger for Melissa. Roll your
Oof.
panic. A 34. Wrong button.
Do the scene from Scanners.
There you go. So Melissa, it's bugging you. You're not picking up anything of anything. It's bugging you a little bit, but you're holding it together. Meanwhile, I'm going to make a quick roll for Kurtz here just to see. Oh, wow. Look at that. Kurtz looks at the picture and goes, "Who is this? Who is this? Do you know who this is?" Where'd you get this printout? Who is this guy?
Oh, wait. Who are you talking to? So there's the connection is choppy. I'm not sure.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Sharif is disconnected for the moment.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's what's going
Oh,
on.
yeah, because he was completely...
Yeah, he was frozen.
Yeah. Either that or he is really good at sitting really still.
And transforming into Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. One of my favorite movies of all time.
Sharif, what is best in life?
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and get roll 20 to stop screwing up.
Yeah, get roll 20 to have clear.
Let me text him and see if he's.
He may not even realize.
Okay, that's a big skid mark to a stop.
Is everything okay?
Oh, yeah, he just says roll 20 is crashing on him.
Oh. Well,
Unresponsive.
that's a lot less concerning than...
Yeah, you have to log in, log out, or log out, log in, maybe. Yeah, the right, then something else. His whole PC is locked up,
Oh, shit.
so maybe have to reboot.
All right. We can wait a couple minutes for him. Man, you guys got aggressive fast.
I didn't know the butt stroke was coming, but at the same time, as soon as he busted out, I'm like, well, I'm here for it. You know, I mean, according to my sheet, I should be here for it. You got to stay in the action.
That's right. That's
also,
right.
you know, as things kind of compounded from Johnny's perspective, you know, some of Jake's suspicions started to gain some weight, and then, you know, had basically said to the marshal, we should go back and talk to him again, maybe put some pressure on him, at which point you got to kind of roll with what the marshal's going to do.
Right. Yeah,
He's restarting right now.
Okay, that's fine. And it made sense. It made sense from your perspective as well, because while you're not an older guy, but you've been in the office or in the marshal's office for a while, and you knew Daggett enough, and you had a respect for this guy, and you know at this point it was plainly obvious that respect was misplaced. So it all makes perfect sense. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to get aggressive with the next cop. It just is how it is.
It's true. The funny thing is that none of your characters are particularly physical characters. The most physical character is the medical examiner.
I'm pretty physical.
Oh, yeah,
No, I'm not hugely physical. I have ones in my strength stats and a 4 strength, so I get 5 in any strength-based roll.
Yeah, okay. So yeah,
And
you're,
then
you're
and
decent.
I'm pretty good at ranged combat.
Yeah, you are. That's true. That's true. Melissa's strength is actually higher than everybody's but yours. But she's the daughter of a roughneck, so.
Still nothing from him, but he's got a pretty big gaming PC, so it probably takes a while to reboot.
There he comes. There he is!
Ow. Sorry, guys. Total hard crash.
Yeah, things happen.
Roll 20 locked up, and then my whole system crashed.
So I don't know if you heard it, but Melissa with her CBRN kit didn't pick up anything. Meanwhile, you showed the picture to Kurtz, and he was saying, "Who is this? Do you know who this is? Where'd you get this picture from?"
Does this mean something to you?
Not
know this
much, not much, but I've seen this guy.
Okay, where? What's his name?
I don't know his name. I saw him. I don't know. I've seen
Think
him.
hard, because this is the guy who's going to kill me, you, and everybody else on this planet.
Yeah. No, I've seen him a couple times. The last time I saw him, it was maybe 6 months ago. Maybe I was walking from my office to home, or from my home to office, whichever. I don't remember, but I was, and he drove by. I just happened to look up because he was driving the other way, and I saw him. And he was the only reason it seems. Well, I mean, beyond the fact I recognize him, but the only reason it sticks out in my head is he was driving a Weyland-Yutani tractor.
You're going to have to do better than that, Kurtz. We've known about this tractor now for days. It's not enough. I need to be able to get a hold of this guy.
I don't know who he is.
Where
but
was he driving from? Where was he driving to?
He was. I mean, like I said, I was walking from my home to the Colonial Admin. So I was just coming up just coming up Main Street, and he was going the other way. It was, I don't remember what time of day, but it was light outside, so it was daytime. I don't know what time it was, but I mean, all right. I am going to give you all a straight wits roll. Ignore any stress dice. And you can't push it, just so you know.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Come on, somebody. Somebody. Oh, shit. Oh, Jake saves the day.
Jake comes through with a pitch. That's where.
So, Jake, he says it again, but it was a Weyland tractor. And that's when it dawns on you. And maybe this is the thing that was keeping Candace from getting to sleep a few hours ago, right before she was killed. But this is what you suddenly realize. The tire marks were from a tractor. Okay. Jenny and Rosalie were being picked up by a Weyland tractor, a Weyland-Yutani tractor. Now, Kurt says he's seen this guy driving a Weyland-Yutani tractor, and that's when it suddenly dawns on you. 99.9999% of the tractors used on colonies and on frontiers are just like the one in the Marshal's vehicle depot. They're made by Daihotai, not Weyland-Yutani. Weyland-Yutani has a knockoff that they make that they only use internally. They don't sell it because they can't. It's against the law, right? But they have their own machine that they make and use internally for Weyland-Yutani purposes. And that's the thing that is important about that.
So that means that the rest of the rest of the tractors that we see hanging around in the colony usually are not actually Weyland-Yutani made vehicles.
They're Daihotai made vehicles.
But this one was.
This one was.
So is there like a Weyland-Yutani office here?
There was. Johnny and Jake and Melissa would all know this. There was a large, sprawling industrial and commercial complex. Not far away. It's only a few miles to the northeast from Colonial Admin. It has been shut down for years. When the colony started going downhill back when the three of you were kids, Weyland-Yutani decided there was no need to maintain these offices here, and they shut down and they moved everything out.
So that's probably where it's based out of, huh?
Problem is we need to parlay this into a lead. So this kid, who's the son of some Weyou executive, has access to a rare Weyou tractor that's only used by Weyou employees internally. So, but if this place is closed down, then anybody could have taken it, right? Like, we need a way to link this kid to an ID.
Well, I mean, we can maybe he's taking this this 1 meter box to that complex. Did you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about what you said. I mean,
It makes sense too. If the complex is abandoned, he's been running this as a church. Nobody's looking at it. You know, maybe he's got a whole bunch of stuff stashed there. He's operating out of there as a kind of headquarters.
all right. I mean, maybe we'll get lucky. It might be our only lead. Otherwise, yeah, if there's somebody there, we can interrogate them and get an ID on this kid. You know, if he's not actually hiding out there. But,
How far away is this place?
Just a few miles. It's still in the main city.
all right, let's head over. Let's have George follow on the ground or whatever he's driving.
Okay. Yeah, George and it's
Yeah, that's right. We had two of them.
yeah, you've got George and Paul and Robert are at the so it's George and Kirk. Or maybe it was George and Paul. It doesn't matter. It's two of them. They got the same stats. It doesn't matter who they are.
Our mooks.
Which sounds like an awful thing to say. Not that there's any reason I need to do this, but I'm just going to pull everybody's character over here. Who knows why that might need to happen. Who am I missing? I'm missing Justin, I think. So you should all see your characters over there. All right, so your two deputies, you know, as you guys are coming out, what are you doing with Kurtz?
Well, last we said he was cuffed to the inside of the car.
He's cuffed to the inside of the car. So you're going to head to the old Weyland-Yutani complex. You're going to take the two deputies with you. What are you going to do with Kurtz in the meantime? You going to leave him in the car, or?
Well, we don't really have time to take him to the station.
Fair enough.
So,
Did somebody stay with him?
well, he's cuffed.
Do we leave a deputy with him, just in case? Because he's our only link.
If you guys think we should, but I mean, I don't see. I mean, there must be. It's a cop car, right? So there must be a way to keep him from accessing the controls.
Yeah,
Lock
I
him
mean,
in the back.
yeah, you could lock him up in the car. Yeah, I mean that wouldn't be too hard.
If he can break his way out of police cuffs, I guess he deserves to escape.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not a big guy. He's a smooth
dude.
guy, but he's not a big guy. All right, so the as you approach this place, you just get the sense of immensity. It's just a huge building. There are and it's one of those prefab deals, and there are windows, but the windows have all been plated over. There's obviously there's probably doors scattered around the place. You kind of just have to decide how you want to go about this.
Oh, we're seeing it from the air, right?
Well, typically you guys have been driving around in the city, and this is in the city, so.
Well, I was thinking we might actually fly on this one because although you did say it's very close, right?
It is. It's only a few miles away.
Okay. And is there like a compound associated, like a motor pool type thing, or?
You know what? I'm gonna give you guys a freebie on this one. I think it would be safe to assume that you guys would try to see what information you have on the place before you went over there. And you don't have a lot. It's been shut down for a couple decades, but it is a huge hexagonal compound that takes up the space of about 4 city blocks. So it's pretty big. That's the information you have on it. Or I guess actually it's pentagonal. Excuse me, I said hexagonal. As if one side makes a difference.
Is it like a covered structure, or is it like multiple buildings inside walls?
From what you can tell, it is one giant building. That it's just one giant building, but it looks like it had a courtyard open in the middle, based on the original plans.
And so, how is it accessed through a main gate?
It's got several. It's got a set of main doors on 3 of the 5 sides, and the original plans did have plans for a vehicle depot.
And where would that be located?
On one of the back sides.
All right. So, is there a door that accesses that, or comes close to accessing it?
Yeah, I'd say you could drive around the back side of the building where it's supposed to be and go from there.
Let's go around the back, and I'd like to make an observation, check my investigator skill to see if I can tell if the tractor's been in and out through here recently.
Fair enough. Go ahead and make a roll.
And if we have anything like motion trackers or
Can I push that?
You can push that. I don't think any of you have a motion tracker, do you?
I don't.
Nope.
Hang on, we'll go on that.
There's a
I know.
success.
Also making observation.
All right, and there's a success. So the this building, and of course at this point, we're getting to about 3 in the morning, Earth Standard Time, but of course it's daylight. It's been daylight here for about 3 hours, such as it is. Moving around the back, it's very gloomy because you've got buildings all around that make it hard as low as the sun stays on the horizon here. And you get to an area that is fenced off, a very tall, probably 6 or 7 meter chain link fence, and it's old and rusty. But it fences off a large parking area, and further into that you see that's kind of cut into the building. There's several large like overhead bay doors, and using your investigator talent, Justin, there is no question that you see there are muddy tire tracks that lead out of one of those bay doors up to the chain link fence where there's a gate. Okay, the gate has a chain around it and it's got an old school padlock, and muddy tire tracks that then come out of that gate and head down the road. So, and it has to have been recently because it rained, yesterday or day before yesterday rained hard. So something muddy's been driving through here recently.
Is our vehicle kind of rugged? Could Johnny ram this gate if he had to? I'm just trying to think about the benefit of surprise here, because I'm sure they have cameras.
It's a chain link fence, so I mean, I would think a gyro car could ram it, or he, also it's like I said, 6 or 7 meters tall, so he could probably just lift it up and set it on the other side, or if you wanted to ram it, I'm sure he could ram it.
Well, I mean, it's just to preserve the element of surprise, because I don't want them to see us coming. What do you think, Johnny? You're the driver.
I think we're better off making sure the car can fly out of here.
All right. Take us in.
Just fly over the fence and set down then inside the perimeter.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy maneuver. I'm not going to call for a piloting roll for that.
Okay.
All right. So you're inside the perimeter of the fence. There are, like I said, there's actually a grand total of 4 of these overhead doors. And then there is also several just standard doors. When I say standard doors, I don't mean just a normal door with a knob, but rather colony standard metal doors, the kinds that open, that are motorized. Though from a quick glance, they don't have power.
Where did the
Right
truck?
back. I got to run the dog out. She's staring at me and staring.
Okay, all right.
I'll be back in a few minutes. It's all right if you guys don't wait.
The tracks come out of one of these 4 overhead doors.
All right, well, that's where we want to go.
Okay. So it becomes a question. The door is closed, obviously, and it looks like everything's sealed up tight. Everything's very quiet.
All right, well, I suppose so. I have to get out and see if the door can be opened.
Okay. I would.
No other way in, huh?
Well, there are the other motorized doors, the standard colony doors. Either way, whether you want to try and push your way through one of the, either way, it's going to be a heavy machinery roll. To try to open up, because none of these doors, you can tell by looking at them, none of these doors have powers. They would all have indicator lights if they had power, and none of them do. Jake is actually our heavy machinery guy. Oh, not Jake. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say I only have a 2.
No. Vasquez, Johnny is our heavy machinery guy. Melissa, do you have heavy machinery as well?
Yeah, 1.
1. So I think he's a lot higher than you are. He is. Oh, maybe not. He's a 5. What are you? A 5?
Total 5, yes.
Okay. All right. So here's the question. Which door are you guys trying to open?
Melissa will aim for one that looks the easiest to open.
Okay. You know what? Johnny also has a maintenance jack, so I'm going to probably say Johnny, in the absence of Johnny actually being here, Johnny kind of pipes up and says that I could probably get one of these colonial doors open with a little help from Melissa. So we'll have him roll heavy machinery with 1 bonus from Melissa and 2 bonus from his maintenance jack. Sound good?
Yep.
All right. God, that's a lot of... Wait a minute. There we go. Okay, so he has 2 successes. We'll ask him what he wants to do with his success when he gets back. All right, so he, with his maintenance jack and your help, you guys are able to crank one of these doors open. With the stunt, what do you want to, since he's not here, Melissa, what do you guys think you should do with the stunt? I think on heavy machinery you can have a +1 to a later heavy machinery roll. You can get a free roll, a free success on a similar roll later. And I believe you can do it in half the time, and you can work quietly.
I think quietly, because we don't want whoever is here to know that we're here.
Okay, very good. So it takes about 10 minutes to get this door cranked open, and once you do, there is a large dark room beyond the door. So,
I guess we got to go in. I'll turn my flashlight on.
Okay, very good. All right, so go ahead and make a power roll on your flashlight, please.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
Oh, click the power button at the bottom left of your character sheet.
That's not good.
Oh no, so edit your power down to 2. So you click your flashlight on, it goes dim for just a moment, and you're kind of like, banging on it, and then the light comes back on. You're looking around. You're in a very big room. It's a vehicle depot, obviously, and it's there's actually 2 Wayuu tractors here. One of them is all taken apart, and it's old and it's rusted, and to quote Men in Black, it's old and busted. It's been here and in disrepair for a long time. The other one is, outside of being old, it's got a whole bunch of mud caked on the tires, and it's parked right where you would expect it to be based on where the muddy tracks were. Yep. So there.
Got the 1 by 1 by 1 meter box in its payload.
Well, I'll let you do an observation roll if you like.
Yeah, and I'm kicking on my flashlight as well. And
Okay, make your power roll then, please, too.
sure thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Cancel that observation roll, Justin. Observation rolls in here are at a -2 because even with your flashlights, the place is dark. It's just pitch black without your flashlights. So all observation rolls at a -2. My apologies.
Okay. So let's see here. We get observation. Oh yeah, I got to do a power roll too.
Oh, Justin panics. Justin's holding his panic together. Jake, your power roll is fine. I'll roll Johnny's observation. Okay, Melissa, roll your panic. 4, you're good. You have a success. And where's Johnny? Well, that's fine. Johnny, you had a success, so that's all that matters. You don't see any cryo box. Oh, there's the success. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So as you guys are looking around, Jake, just as you're walking, looking around, Justin and Melissa see it at just the last, or not Justin, yeah, Justin and Melissa, you see it at just the last moment as he's walking in, shining his flashlight around. Something glints in one of your flashlights. It looks like there's a wire right in front of him, about 4 inches off the floor, stretching across where he's walking through.
Ooh, shit! Everybody freeze. I think we got a tripwire here. You were talking about me seeing that,
Yeah,
right?
no, Justin and Melissa see it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Or not Justin and Melissa. I'm sorry, no, Jake and Melissa see it when Justin's walking across it. Sorry, I got all my names mixed
Right.
up. So you
Yeah.
shouted, "Everybody freeze."
Everybody freeze. Tripwire.
Justin, make a mobility roll, please. Would you like to push the roll, sir?
Yes, please.
All right,
Wow.
make your panic roll. An 8. Okay, but you have a success. You have a success. So, basically, here's what happens. Andy, real quick. You and Melissa, you guys went into the vehicle. You guys went inside. You and Melissa used your maintenance jack to crack open one of the doors. You went inside. The place is pitch black. There's a tractor cover with muddy tires. And as you're walking in, Jake and Melissa all of a sudden go, everybody freeze, because they saw a tripwire in one of the flashlights. Justin was just about to trip it, and he kind of makes his mobility roll at the last second. It's just like, holy shit, as he stops. And Justin, what really starts to bother you is that when you now that you see the tripwire, you kind of follow it, and it goes up the wall, and you look, poised just above you is a big glass beaker filled with some kind of liquid. And the fact that whatever that is probably almost came pouring down on you is causing you to tremble. So you have -2 agility until your panic ends.
That's scary.
Other than that, though, no, there's no box here. There is another door on the far side of the room. It's just an open doorway that leads somewhere.
All right, we got to be careful about more traps. But I don't know what the hell that is up top. But something bad is happening here. We got to be quick about it. I don't feel good about this.
Have a look around for tracks, any boot tracks, or see if there's any human tracks around here.
Oh, that's a good idea. Make an observation roll. Okay, 1 success. Yeah, there are some tracks that I kind of because this place is kind of dusty and disused. So there's a fair number of footprints that are moving around, just a general degree of activity. But what catches your eye is it looks like there's there's tracks from a couple of small wheels spaced a couple feet apart, almost like something you might see from a dolly, a loading dolly. And they go out through the doorway on the far side.
I'll just show it to the marshals and follow their lead.
All right.
All right, good find. We got to follow that.
All right. All right, so I'm going to...
Maybe we should send the NPCs in first. George, Paul, go through the door.
Yeah.
It's okay.
You two with the red shirts.
Yeah, that's right. Stop abusing the NPCs. It's not their fault. Okay, so here's what this is kind of interesting. I need 3 people to roll me a D66, please.
Did you say everybody?
No, just 3 people. So I got 1.
Oh.
Okay, thank you, Melissa.
Roll 1d6.
Yep. No, I'm sorry, a 66. A D66. It's on the character sheet. There we go. We got a 23 from Johnny. And I need 1 more.
You feel lucky, Jim?
That's not it. I got to go on the character sheet, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let me do that. 2D.
Very good. All right. So it's there's a very, as you're moving towards the next room is extremely, extremely dark. So if I could please get observation rolls from everybody at a -2.
Finally, a success on my bears of bones.
Okay. All right. All right. Johnny and Justin have a success. So Johnny and Justin, as the flashlights pan around this room, this is really strange. This room doesn't have any. It's not a. I mean, it's a good sized room. It's probably 15 by 20 from what you can tell, but it's hard to get a sense of the dimensions. The there's a couple of like overgrown bushes actually in the room itself. And there's a giant hole in the floor. Like the floor has been, like the prefab floor has been completely stripped up. So the floor is just a dirt floor. And there's a huge hole in the middle of the room. But what really bothers you, and really all of you see this part of it, what really bothers you is that the room stinks of death. And there is, as you pan around your flashlights, there are dead people here. There are bodies here. They're kind of they're desiccated, old, left out to rot. But the air here is so stale and doesn't move that that's taken a long time. It's not like they're exposed to the elements. And some of them have some of them you can see what caused their deaths. They have holes in their chests. It's the whole thing is causing you a lot of stress. Everyone can gain a point. Justin and Johnny, you both see there's also two people in the room hiding amongst the dead. They're wearing all black. They're clearly hiding from you. You two see these two people.
Well, Justin's going to level his shotgun and yell, "Freeze! Don't you move."
Okay. Well, that doesn't work for them. I mean, I'll let you make it. I'll let you make a manipulation roll if you like. Roll your panic. 6. Oh, well, now wait a minute though. So there's a part of the panic rule that people forget about, and that is if you're already in the midst of a panic effect, you can't get a panic that is lower than what you currently have. So you were trembling, so you're up to a 9, which means you drop an item. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it makes the most sense that you're going to drop either your shotgun or your flashlight, because those are the two things you have out. So I'm just going to roll evenly. On a 1, you drop your flashlight. On a 2, you drop your shotgun. What the heck? I just rolled 2d4. I did not mean to do that. Sorry. Let's try that again. On a 1 to 2, you drop the shotgun. On 3 to 4, you drop the flashlight. So you drop your flashlight, and it hits the ground. It's probably spinning, right? So you got this light spinning in the darkness, making this even worse a situation than it could be. But you have a success on your roll, so I have to roll this guy real quick just to see. Where's my... Oh, that's right. I have to scroll down. Wow, that's absolutely amazing. That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. I should have made them better. Alright, so you actually succeeded at your manipulation roll. So they don't move. In fact, they don't move at all. They don't even react. It's like they're almost thinking, if I don't move, he can't see me type thing.
I'll tell them to put their hands up. Show us your hands.
Yeah, it's not going to work. They show you their hands all right. One's brandishing a knife, the other has a pistol. So if everyone can click their icon and make an initiative roll, please.
Bah.
I forgot how to do initiative. You said click the icon.
Yeah, you click your icon and then hit roll initiative dice on your character sheet.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I got I'm zoomed out. Okay, I got it. And initiative.
Your cultist just rolled a d66.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Thank you. I was hitting the wrong thing. I wasn't paying attention, unfortunately.
How do you shoot? Why don't I know how to do this?
Just click the icon on the map, such as it is, and then roll the initiative dice button, which is right below the D66 button.
Oh, on my sheet.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. D60.
All right, so I should have.
What the hell with all the 9s?
That is a lot. What is with the 9s? That is absolutely nuts. Okay. All right. Well, Justin, you're a 4. You get to go first, regardless. So you got 2 of them. One with a pistol, one with a knife. You are technically not at engaged range. You're at short range because they're in the room, and you're on the other side of the door. And you're using a shotgun, is that correct?
Yes.
So you could do a couple things here just to help you with the mechanics a little bit. The shotgun is most useful at engaged range. If you were to use your fast action to move into the room, it would give you a +3 bonus in addition to the +2 it already gets.
Well, thank you for that. I will definitely do that.
Okay.
Do I need to change the range on the weapons card?
No. It stays because it's a max range of short. But you've moved into the room, so you're at engaged range with them, which means that you can go ahead and make your shotgun attack and give it a modifier of 3.
All right, so I'm aiming at the pistolero there.
Okay.
The cultist, that is, and I hit range combat and put in +3, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You have 3 successes. The shotgun does a base damage of 3, and you get 2 stunts with your ranged combat.
I seem to recall from our other play sessions that I could add that to damage.
You can.
I'm going to.
All right. So you move into the room like the ultimate badass that Justin Avram is, and blast away with your shotgun. There you go. And you just blow this guy away. You just knock him just clean out. He's gone. He's out.
That's the guy with the pistol?
That was the guy with the pistol. So here's my question. Jake and Vasquez, which of you have the higher agility? I think it's Vasquez.
My agility is 5.
Mine is 4.
Okay, so I'm going to let Vasquez go first because he has the higher agility.
I think Melissa rolled a 5, no?
Oh, I'm sorry, Melissa. I skipped you. Hold on. It's because it's not in order. Hold on. Let me arrange that in order. There we go.
Yeah,
No, it's still not in
actually,
order.
I just picked it. I took so long.
This is so weird. It's not going into turn order. There we go.
There it is.
All right, so Johnny, followed by Jake. Okay, there we go. So, all right, very good. So, Melissa, you're up. I apologize. I didn't mean to skip you.
Melissa will see what Justin did and just kind of mimic him.
Okay, so she's going to move into the room with the shotgun and take a shot. So,
Yes.
Yep, at engaged range, you get a +3 modifier.
I was going to say something to this guy, see if we can get something out of him, but it doesn't look like it's going to last that long.
+3.
Oh, no successes. That's a lot of dice for no successes.
It is.
Do you want to push the roll?
Of course.
All right. Roll your panic. An 8. All right, so you do have successes. You do hit. So the shotgun does 3 damage automatically, and you have 2 stunts.
1 damage and one prone, if not already.
Okay. Yeah, so fortunately the 1 extra damage, yeah, you blow this guy away. You're starting to, I don't know if it's the adrenaline or just what it is, but you're starting to tremble. So you have -2 to your agility for the current time, as long as you're panicking. Maybe it's just the fact that maybe you've never shot somebody before. But yeah, so but he is down.
I mean,
We need some
seriously, I
lights.
wasn't lifting at all. All I was doing was treadmill.
Were these guys using any stanchion lights or anything?
No, they were hiding completely in the darkness,
I promise you, Ty. If you go back to
almost
the
as
there-
if they were
you don't have to
waiting.
do heavy to
Are
get-
there overhead lights?
start having
There are, but there's no power.
It'll do shoulders and all
Okay.
that. It'll come fast.
May I pick up my flashlight at this point?
Yes, you may,
I'm
absolutely.
telling you, I know you don't
I
want
will,
to
and
do things
try to have a
right. Well,
closer
they
look
go
around.
there,
What are they doing in a hole?
Well, they weren't in the hole. They were hiding amongst the dead bodies that
The dead
are.
bodies are on the outside of the hole?
Yeah. The hole. When you look down into the hole, the hole goes down about 2 meters, and then it seems like there's a tunnel heading off one direction.
Oh, shit. It's going to be like that. All right, George, Paul, get in there.
All
Yeah,
right.
we'll go to the store in a little bit here.
What's that?
And we'll figure something. I'm sorry, I'm talking to somebody.
Oh no, it's fine. It's no big deal. All right. So, what's the marching order? Are you sending the deputies in first?
No.
Oh, okay.
Justin would never do that.
I'm going
I
to.
guess Justin will take the lead. He's that kind of guy.
All right.
Johnny would probably stay right on his 6, since according to my sheet, he's that kind of guy.
He is that kind of guy. Oh, that's how I can sort it. Darn, I was saying the wrong thing for sort. That's okay. All right. All right. So you move into the tunnel, and it doesn't go very far, believe it or not. It only goes about 15 or 18 feet before it opens up above you. Would everybody please... Oh, not everybody. I just need 3 people to please make a D66 roll for me.
I can do that.
All right. I got a 34, a 16, and a 12. All right, that will work for me. Thank you. So yeah, the tunnel opens up into a room above you. Do you pop your head right out, or what do you do?
I'm trying to visualize what you just described. Can you say it again?
Yeah, so the tunnel is big enough for you guys just to walk through. Okay, maybe a little hunched over, and as you're going, just up ahead, like I said, the tunnel's only about 15 or 18 feet long. Just up ahead, at the end of the tunnel, you can tell that the tunnel ends, but there's a big hole in the ceiling above you. So probably the floor of another room.
So how high above us? Is it just at head height? Or
Yeah,
is it
pretty much. It's the opening is right at 6 feet.
So it's high enough that we could grab it
And pull up, yeah.
well, I mean, scan with the flashlight. Does it show anything?
Make an observation roll.
Without sticking my head up? Just
Yeah.
looking from the hole.
I'm only going to let you do it because you're in the front. So observation at a -2.
-2?
Yep. 2 successes. All right, very good. So, from what you can tell, it's just kind of looking around without quite putting yourself out there. There is it's another room. This one's even smaller than the last. It's probably like 8 foot by 8 foot, maybe, from what you can tell. There, in one wall is a doorway that is completely blocked off with huge amounts of like concrete rubble. Okay? And then to the right, there's a doorway that someone has created that isn't meant to be there. Like someone knocked the wall right out. but there's something else in the room. There's seems to be pieces of paper of varying sizes all over the walls of this room.
Go.
Is it empty room? Other than that,
Other than that, the room's empty.
all right, I guess
You
I'll
do
put
have
that.
you do have a bonus success if you want to use a stunt for anything.
I just want to know if there's a shooter in there or something like that.
You know what? I'll make this work. Over by the doorway that's been knocked into the one wall, the improvised doorway. There's something over there that doesn't look right, but you'd have to get out and get a closer look.
All right, I'll turn my flashlight off and climb up through the hole. So
Okay.
I'm not a target.
All right, so if everyone's climbing out of the hole, we need mobility rolls to get out. Oh, poor
Nobody's going
Melissa.
anywhere if Justin falls back down on top of us all.
Well, all right, so Melissa, of course, your panic was already an 8, so you move up to a 9. I would imagine that as you're getting out of the hole, you probably drop your shotgun. Though I'll let that very reasonably be retrieved. I'm not going to make that difficult. But we do have the problem of Justin not having a success. Now, Johnny, you have a stunt, which, not to
Which
lead
I
the witness,
can pass
but
to a compatriot in a similar position, right?
you got it. You got
So
it.
Justin makes it.
Yeah, so as he starts to fall back, you probably unceremoniously push his ass back up through the hole. And
Thank you, Johnny.
No problem, Marshall.
so I've got about 15 minutes before I have a hard stop. So as you climb up as you all climb up through the hole and you get into this room, Justin, what you noticed about that doorway that seemed odd wasn't with the doorway at all. The doorway seems to move into another area, but it's kind of disguised right in front of the doorway it looks like it's been covered up with a piece of canvas and had a little bit of dirt thrown on it to look natural, because this room also has had the floor ripped up, so the floor's dirt. It looks like there's probably a pit right in front of that doorway that a less observant person probably would have stepped right on and just fallen into. Now, what's in the pit, you don't know. Now, as far as the rest of the room, as you all get up here and start to look around by the light of Jake's flashlight, it's like you're in the midst of a twisted art gallery. There are pieces of paper of various sizes, some as small as an index card, some as big as a painting's canvas, and some the size of a piece of printer paper, tacked up all over this room, all over the walls, just tacked up by pieces of masking tape, and they're all the same picture. And it's all very similar to you, to all of you. They look like the murals that you've unfortunately come used to seeing, but they're not most of these aren't painted. They're in various mediums. A lot of them look like they're just pencil sketches. There's one that you're not an artist, maybe, but maybe it looks like it's done with charcoal. It's kind of shaded. Some that are done in pen. One that might be done in blood. And then there's a couple that are actually painted. They're all the same picture in a wide degree of styles and quality of skill would be the best way to put it. You can't help but feel like you've moved into the heart of darkness. And I think you all deserve a point of stress for that.
The practice room.
That's right.
The lab.
And I think that is a good place for me to stop, because in 12 minutes I have to leave to pick up my son. So
Talk about a cliffhanger. Good job.
Yeah.
Very good
Session.
cliffhanger.
Thank you, Marty.
Absolutely.
This was an excellent session. Lots of fun.
Good. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. This was a lot of fun to write, and unfortunately we're going to have to play another session.
Oh no.
Oh,
That's right.
Letting us with a good time.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, I cannot play next Wednesday, so I'm 2 weeks out.
Who we got?
That works for me.
Yeah,
So
you're not
the-
going anywhere. You got a broken ankle.
That's right.
You could play tomorrow.
I could. Yeah, so the 13th.
The 13th. Yeah.
All right, well, I hope I don't die on my birthday then.
Oh, well. Happy early birthday.
That's all right. No, I don't want birthdays anymore. Well, I do, because if you start getting birthdays, then there's the worst alternative is there, but
Right. The other option's not really.
no.
Yeah.
No.
I get you. All right, guys. Thank you so much. It's really. I mean, I enjoyed writing this, and I'm enjoying running it. But you guys are what's making it so much fun for me, and I really appreciate you guys playing. It means a lot. It really does.
Well, that's great. Thanks for doing it. That's
Great to be
wonderful.
included. Lots of fun. Thanks to the players, too.
Absolutely. All right, guys. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, let me know when you have a few minutes, and I'll show you around the tabletop simulator thing. It'll only take a couple minutes, but I think you'll really you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll send you a message probably in about an hour or so when I get back.
Yeah, that works.
All right, cool.
All right.
Bye.
Be
Later,
brief.
guys.
I'm going to give you a call, okay?
You're going to call me?